Good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished scholars, honored guests, and dear participants joining us from across the globe. It is with immense pride and great pleasure that I welcome you all to this international conference conducted in a hybrid mode on the theme Inclusive Futures, Science, Language, and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. We are truly honored to have with us our esteemed patron, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, Principal, Asian College of Education, Patiala. Our Chief Patron, Shri Tarsem Saini, Honorable Chairman, Asian Educational Institute, will be joining us shortly. I welcome Professor Dr. Rodha Bhasko Glenko, Professor and Director of Curriculum and Instructions, Mountain Province State University, Philippines, and Executive Director, ICERT, PIDEA, Capacity Building and Professional Development Vision. Our respected Chief Patrons, Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Professor Dr. Aruna Anchal, Director, ICERT, Professor Dr. M. Amar Sadiq will be joining us shortly. This conference is proudly hosted by Asian Educational Institute, Patiala, established in 2010, accredited by NAAC, and got autonomous status in 2024. It is committed to academic excellence, innovation, research, and holistic development. The Institute has consistently worked towards empowering students through quality education, interdisciplinary learning, and socially responsible initiatives that prepares them to contribute meaningfully to society. We are honored to organize this conference in collaboration with International Council for Education, Research and Training, Pennsylvania, USA, and New Delhi. International Council for Education, Research and Training is an academic body dedicated to promoting research, professional development, global collaborations, and knowledge exchange among educators and scholars worldwide. This academic gathering for 2 days commemorates 3 global observances, that is the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, International Mother Language Day, the World Day of Social Justice, reminding us that sustainable development is only possible when science is inclusive, languages are respected, and justice is ensured for all. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in insightful keynote sessions, research presentations, and meaningful discussions that bridge disciplines and inspire collaborative solutions. Let's use this platform to empower women in science, celebrate linguistic diversity, and advocate for equity and inclusion. Once again, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Your presence, whether in person or virtual, adds immense value to this prestigious gathering. I wish you all a productive and enriching conference ahead. Now, to formally begin with today's proceeding, it is my proud privilege to invite Dr. Sapna Rathod, convener and IQAC coordinator, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala, to kindly deliver the welcome address and lead the ceremonial lighting of lamp. Dr. Sapna, may I have you on the stage, please?
Thank you, Harjeet ma'am. Respected chief guest, guests of honor, distinguished dignitaries, eminent academicians, delegates, and dear participants, a very graceful morning to all. It is with immense pride and profound pleasure that I, Dr. Sapna Rathore, IQAC coordinator and convener of this international conference, extend a warm and cordial welcome to each of you to this prestigious academic gathering. Today, we are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our esteemed dignitaries whose scholarship, leadership, and vision continue to inspire the academic fraternity. With utmost respect, I humbly invite our distinguished guest to kindly grace the dais. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Tarasem Seniji, Chairman of Asian Group of Colleges, our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, President of ICRT, Dr. Aruna Achal, and Dr. Navneet Kaur, the Director of ICERT, our respected Principal, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, the Principal of Asian Group of Colleges, Patiala. May I request the dignitaries to kindly take the seats and bless this occasion with their presence. To mark the solemn and auspicious inauguration of this international conference, we now proceed to the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the lamp signifies the triumph of knowledge over ignorance and wisdom over darkness. It symbolizes the enlightenment, hope, and the continuous pursuit to truth. Asto ma sadgamya, tamsoma jyotirgamya, mrityorma amritgamya. That is, lead us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from mortality to immortality. I respectfully request our honorable chief guest, along with other dignitaries, to kindly illuminate the lamp and formally inaugurate the conference. May I request the audience to kindly rise as a mark of respect during the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you, respected dignitaries, for inaugurating this academic congregation. With the divine blessings and your esteemed presence, we request our dignitaries to make this international open. I request our dignitaries to make this international conference open.
I am very delighted to make this conference open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Rathore. for your inspiring words and setting the tone for this international multidisciplinary conference. I would like to thank our esteemed patron, Dr. Minu Singh Sachan, for the for for declaring the international conference open. May I now request Dr. Paramjit Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Business Studies, Asian Education Institute, to kindly introduce our distinguished guests of the day.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, scholars, and participants. I am Dr. Paramjit Kaur from the School of Business Studies at Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Multidisciplinary Conference themed Inclusive Futures, Science, Education, Language, and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. Jointly organized by the Asian Educational Institute, Patiala, and the International Council for Education Research and Training, this prestigious event unites leading academics, researchers, and professionals from across the globe to delve into cutting-edge advancements and interdisciplinary collaborations in science, education, language studies, and social justice. Scheduled on 17th and 18th of February 2026, the conference coincides with the UN International Day of Women and Girls in Science, Mother Language Day, and World Day of Social Justice, emphasizing our commitment to inclusive and sustainable development. The two-day program features an inauguration ceremony, keynote sessions, and distinguished addresses by eminent personalities, including guest of honor Dr. Aruna Achal from Baba Mastnath University, Rohtak, Haryana, Dr. Minu Singh Sachan, Principal, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala, and Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director, ICERT. And keynote speakers, Professor Rhoda Basco Galenko from Mountain Province State University, Philippines, Dr. Felix Oral of the Australian Catholic University, and Dr. Thepul Ginenge from Sri Lanka, highlighting diverse perspectives from Asia, Australia, and beyond. We will engage in thought-provoking discussions, paper presentations, and collaborative workshops aimed at fostering innovation, equity, and knowledge exchange to shape inclusive futures for societies worldwide. Welcome to an inspiring experience of learning, networking, and impactful dialogue. Let's make this conference a milestone in driving sustainable and just development. Now I'm going to introduce the chief patron of the 2 days International Multidisciplinary Conference. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Tarsem Saini, a prominent businessman and esteemed leader in the rice milling industry. Mr. Saini was elected president of the All India Rice Millers Association in June 2005 and has since attained significant prominence in the sector. He has also established a successful petrol pump Saini filling station on Sarhand Road, Patiala, which ranks top in sales within the Sangrur division. His businessman journey, guided by his education at Patiala, has made him a respected president of both the Punjab Rice Millers Association and the All India Rice Millers Association. What's remarkable is despite being a successful businessman, Mr. Saini chose to establish Asian Educational Institute Patiala with a focus on providing education to students, especially girls residing in rural areas. He has been serving as the chairman of this institute, offering scholarships like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and many others to support deserving students. He has given his full support to this international conference to make it a successful. I'm now delighted to introduce our next chief patron, Dr. Sandeep Kumar. Dr. Sandeep Kumar has served as Secretary of ICERT since 2021 and is now serving as President from July 2025, driving the Council's mission to advance education, research, and training across multiple domains. He holds a DLIT, PhD in Inorganic Chemistry, and doctorate in Clinical Psychology. With over 2 decades of professional experience in education, counseling, clinical practice, and leadership, Dr. Kumar is a respected mental health professional who has worked extensively with parents, students, and educators. Until December 2024, he conducted more than 300 workshops, training over 9,000 teachers in school and higher education settings. His expertise includes chemical education, curriculum development, capacity building, psychoeducational training modules, mental health strengthening, and psychological resilience. An active researcher, his academic interests span teacher development, educational quality enhancement, and mental health. His doctoral research explored identification of common misconceptions in chemistry education and remediation and romantic relationship breakups and their association with major depressive disorder. He has authored and presented several research papers on teaching methodologies, assessment practices, and psychological disorders at national and international platforms. Dr. Kumar has been invited as a guest speaker, chair, and resource persons for numerous global conferences and programs and has been honored with multiple prestigious awards for his contributions to education and mental health advocacy. And now I request Dr. Payal Tangri to take the stage and introduce the guest of honor and conveners of this conference to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paramjit Kaur. I am Payal Tangri from Department of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute. It's my great honor to introduce the esteemed guest of honor who will inspire us with their presence and expertise today. First of all, I would like to introduce about Dr. Aruna Anchal. Professor Dr. Aruna Anchal is serving as a director and head research and publication ICRT. She holds a doctorate in education and postgraduate in English, history, Hindi, and MEd. She has more than 2 decades of teaching experience in education and research and has research paper published and presented in various international and national journals, seminars, conferences. Her 4 books have been published, more than 15 chapters in reputed edited books and magazines. Many articles have also been published in newspapers. She has also been invited to various seminars, conferences, workshops as guest speaker and keynote speaker. Under her supervision, 5 scholars have been awarded doctorate degree and 1 for post-graduation and 7 are pursuing research. She is also appointed as an external coordinator, evaluator, and subject expert from PhD. She is a member of various journal, organizations, and NGO advisory board. She has also been awarded Certificate of Appreciation in seminars and conferences. She has received more than 40 awards by various organizations such as State Government of Haryana Rohtak Administration, Rohtak PGI, Haryana Kala Parishad, Empowered Women Science and Technology New Delhi, Best Speaker by Parliament of Youth India New Delhi, All India Radio New Delhi, and many more. She is an active blood donor and has donated for 27 times and registered as an eye donor too. Her motto for life, miles to go before I sleep, and to reach the goal, always remember the time and place. Our next guest of honor is Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan. Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, Principal of Asian Group of Colleges, Department of Science and Mathematics. She has completed her PhD from University of Allahabad in the field of solid state physics in the year 1995. She is postdoctorate in CSIR project in the field of radiation physics. Dr. Meenu is a titan in the field of physics with a career spread over 26 years of academic and research excellence. Her intellectual footprint is evidenced by a remarkable portfolio of 43 publications across reputed national and international journals and conferences. She is a life member of Indian Society of Radiation Physics, Indian Science Congress Association, Punjab Academy of Sciences, Nuclear Track Society of India. Beyond her scientific rigor, she is a respected administrator known for her commitment to scholarly excellence. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Navneet Kaur, with experience of more than 22 years in the field of education and more than 10 years in school administration and leadership. Currently, she's serving ICRT as a director and head education division. Dr. Navneet Kaur is an accomplished professional with extensive international exposure and diverse achievements. She has participated in various leadership and educational programs in Australia. In 2019, she represented India as an ambassador at an international event in USA. She has attended more than 300 workshops, seminars, and conferences. She has been honored and awarded with Excellent Visionary Leadership Award, State Level Award as a Best Principal 6 times, IITA Drona Educator Award, and many others. Her extracurricular achievement includes writing articles for national and international magazines, composing poems, conducting yoga and pranayam camps, participated in state level debates, and also organizing mediation workshop at national and international forums. I would also like to introduce about our conveners of this two-day international multidisciplinary conference. First of all, Dr. Sapna Rathore from Department of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute, with 17 years of teaching experience. Former head of the Department of Management and Humanities, presently working as IQAC coordinator, known for her dedication and expertise in management education. She has also excelled in multiple roles, showcasing her commitment to academic excellence. Last but not least, Dr. Simran. Dr. Simran has also served as a Director Accounts Division and a Chief Executive Officer, and she is currently serving ICRT as a Finance Director. She is a Chief Core Committee Officer. She holds a PhD in Commerce, an MBA in HR, and various courses in HR and accounting. She has over 11-year professional experience in teaching, finance, and leadership. During this time, she has gained extensive experience in teaching team motivation, inspiring young minds, material development, and curriculum development. Under her dynamic leadership, the ICIT Core Committee is working with enjoying a work culture. She is a passionate and enthusiastic lady. As an innovator, his academic interest lies in education, human resource management, team development, and financial management. She strongly believes in self-learning habits and continuously strives to add more as per contemporary challenges. She is connected with various organizations and has also worked as an honorable member in various NGO, social, and educational organizations. She has also been honored and awarded with Nari Asmita Award, Guru Samman Award, Global Excellence Award in Education, Teacher Innovation Award, C.V. Raman Award, and Best Principal Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paramjit and Dr. Payal. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Navneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Science and Mathematics, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala, for further proceedings.
A very warm good morning to all of you. On the behalf of Asian Education Institute, Patiala, I feel highly privileged to invite our honorable patron, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachanji, Principal, Asian Group of Colleges, Patiala, our visionary educationists whose guidance and unwavering support have been the driving force behind this international conference. Without further ado, ma'am, I request you to kindly grace the stage and address the gathering.
Please be seated. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the dignitaries, participants who has joined this conference in physical mode as well as in the virtual. I welcome all of you from the core of our heart, and I hope that all the conference sessions and days will be beneficial for you. So not more word because you are waiting for the others one. So I welcome you all from core of my heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Now, heading towards our plenary session, we are honored to have with us our keynote speaker, Dr. Rhoda Vasco Glencoe, Professor and Director of Curriculum and Instruction maintained from State University, Philippines. Ma'am has joined us virtually. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rhoda Vasco Glencoe, a highly accomplished educator and researcher. With a Doctorate of Philosophy in Education Management from St. Louis University, Dr. Glencoe has demonstrated exceptional expertise in education, evident from her cum laude bachelor degree and extensive professional experience. Her tenure at Mountain Province State Polytechnic College and University of Boga showcases her leadership as Director for Curriculum and Instruction, Program Coordinator, and faculty member. Dr. Glencoe's area of expertise include research, curriculum, development, and strategic planning. Notably, she has received numerous awards such as Excellence in Writing and Best Oral Research Presentation, highlighting her outstanding contributions. Her publications span topics like policy legitimacy and civic welfare and teacher evaluation practices appear in esteemed journals like the American Journal of Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation. Dr. Glencoe's commitment to education and research make her a valuable asset to our conference, offering insight that will enrich our discussion on cutting-edge technology and their applications. Dr. Rhoda Vasco Glencoe, ma'am.
Thank you and good afternoon from the Philippines. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. So, like us, I hope everyone is having a good day wherever they are. I'm going to talk about teacher training and preparation, and I'm going to be sharing some of the recent findings of the Educational Commission in the Philippines. I'll talk about the global state of teacher preparation, particularly three trends that are affecting the preparation of teachers globally. Notably, we have the shortage of teachers, where according to the teacher report released by the United Nations, there's 44 million teacher gap globally until 2030. And I'll also be sharing a bit about digital and AI competency pivot, which eventually culminates to pathway revolution for teachers. According to the United Nations, there's a global shortage of teachers, and Sub-Saharan Africa is the most affected by this phenomenon, with 15 million teachers needed by 2030. This is not only due to a lack of students who are enrolling in teacher education institutions, but this is also precipitated by the aging process where many of the currently employed teachers are expected to retire by 2030. It is not only the sub-Saharan Africa that is affected by this phenomenon, but we can also see here that our continent, Asia, is in need of 8.4 million teachers by year 2030. And even in the developed countries like in Europe and here in Europe and North America, they are also in need of 4.8, sorry for that, they're also in need of 4.8 million teachers. And even in South America and the Caribbean, they will be needing zero point 0.4 million teachers by 2030. So we can see here a global scenario regarding the dearth of teachers. And while this problem is sometimes associated with aging societies which have to compensate for teacher retirements, the world's still growing regions, on the other hand, are due to hire a lot of entirely new teacher positions by 2030. As you can see, they're down in South America and the Caribbean, who are in need of zero point 0.4 million. So understanding the scale of this demand, its geographical implications, and the subsequent effects on educational infrastructures and student um, teacher ratios is fundamental to comprehend the gravity of the situation. And I would like to share with the group the results of an ongoing or the recently concluded investigation by the EDCOM or Educational Commission, who released the report this January 26 this year. So the EDCOM was tasked to conduct a nationwide investigation on the state of Philippine education. And in relation to teacher training and preparation, I came across this data. So with respect to the impact of teacher shortage, we are experiencing a specialization gap, which could be a factor why we are lacking of teachers. Specialization gap pertains to the gap whereby the major or the training of the teacher does not match what they are teaching in the basic education. So according to EDCOM, there's 62% of high school teachers who handle subjects which are outside their area of specialization. So you will notice here on the data that most of these subjects are actually in the sciences, such as physical science, biological sciences, and agricultural and fisheries. STEM and MAPE. MAPE refers to music, arts, physical education, and health. They're the ones experiencing the chronic shortage year in and year out. That's why even the English teachers, the values education teachers, the science teachers, they have to teach MAPE because there's very few teachers who are recruited to teach this subject. Math, however, has the lowest gap since there are, I'm not saying that there are many math teachers, but not everyone can actually teach math. That's why those who are recruited strictly to teach this subject are the mathematics teachers. And this is also compounded by vacancies in the teaching profession. That's why the Department of Education aims to hire 32,000 teacher one positions this year to address this nationwide shortage. So why are we experiencing a shortage nationwide? It's because while there's a lot of teacher education graduates, not many of them have passed the licensure examination for teachers. And there's actually an ongoing move by the EDCOM in cooperation with the Commission on Higher Education to stop the operation of teacher education institutions that have produced none or very few graduates in the licensure examinations because teacher education licensure examination is one of those professional exams that have the lowest passing rate in passing rate in terms of the performance of the examinees. However, even if there's a plan to hire thousands, 26,000 additional teachers this year, we are confronted by problems of classroom and ratio extremes. There's thousands of classroom units that are short, like something like 165,443 classrooms that are to be built in order to accommodate the number of students who are enrolling in basic education. And to compound this, in the urban areas, classrooms are jam-packed with students ranging with student-teacher ratios reaching as high as 300 students is to one teacher or 400 student is to one teacher. And I would like to emphasize, however, that this is true in the urban areas because the scenario in the rural areas is the opposite. I would like to present a data from one of my graduate school students who discussed about the state of education in their place. So you will notice here that from kindergarten until grade 6, there's less than 100 students who are enrolled in that school. And this could be the reason why their performance is very good, especially in terms of reading, because teachers are able to pay attention to the needs of the learners. However, they are having problems, especially with the grade 3, where this year currently they only have 6 students, because next year they are not sure if the 6 students will be enrolling and if at all they will be graduating. This has an impact on the operation of the school since the Department of Education might opt to close the school if they cannot meet the required enrollment because it's impractical to be operating a school with a very few students and with many teachers and personnel. So compared to the findings of EDCOM, where classrooms in the urban areas are jam-packed with very high ratio of 300 is to 1 or 400 is to 1, the scenario in the rural areas is different. And I have personally witnessed that when we went around to monitor our student teachers. There were classrooms with just 9 students. Some even have, let's say, 15 students. The highest number that I entered was something like 35. No, I think there's 40 students in one classroom. But there are just few schools with students enrollment ranging from 30 to 40. I have not yet seen any school with enrollment of 50. So the other trend relates to the digital and AI competency pivot, where teacher preparation has already moved beyond basic computer literacy to AI fluency. However, with this pivot in AI competency, we are also witnessing now the phenomenon called automation paradox. And what is this automation paradox? It's a phenomenon where the use of machine has become so efficient that the moment we don't use it anymore, we are in a way paralyzed. According to data of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in the survey that they have conducted, there's 53% of teachers who use AI. to assist in the making of their lesson planning and their administrative tasks, such as giving feedbacks to students, recording the assessment activities of the students. 30% of them, but 30% of them, according to OECD, eventually would go back to using the manual procedure because in the event that their computer backs down or there's power interruption, they cannot proceed with their work. So while AI and machine have made work efficient, have shortened the time for doing the work, there are other intervening circumstances that can render their work very inefficient. And that's an example of the automation paradox. Uh, Another one, also from the report of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, they found out in their field study in Turkey that 48% of the students whom they surveyed increased their performance in their math practices. However, when AI was removed from the examination, only 17% of this 48% demonstrated competence in solving math problems. So this shows that there is a problem with the overexposure of the students to the use of AI, where in the absence of AI or any AI-powered technology, they're uh, they are experiencing what we call mental fatigue. That is, they cannot focus, they cannot think critically in the absence of AI. But the good thing about um, the increasing use of AI-powered technologies is that teachers are able to engage in hybrid teaching. Many online and virtual mentorship programs have become the standards for reaching teachers in rural or the underserved areas, which enable in school pathways in which teachers can earn credentials while actively working. But this is true in areas where uh, electricity is good or where power internet signal is good. Mm, this has resulted now to what we call as pathway revolution in education. And one of those programs is Earn as You Learn. This has become very popular in the US and the UK. Um, an example of this is teaching assistantships provided especially for foreign students and even for the locals. An example of the Colorado Mountain College is giving opportunity for those who are enrolled in graduate school to teach, to help the teachers teach a particular course in the undergrad. And in exchange, they are given stipends or their tuition fee is waived. We also have this as a program in the university where I came from, where I previously worked, that's the University of the Philippines. We offer a foreign language. However, we have lack of teachers to teach foreign language. And so if we have foreign students, like say Japanese foreign students, we hire them to teach Nihongo in the different programs. If we have a French enrollee for a semester, we offer French and we ask the French student to teach the subject. It is not tutorial based. They are actually employed as para teachers. They are given salaries and they are given credits for what they are doing. A very popular program in many countries this time, probably even in India, you may be having this micro credentialing. In this program, the students stack credentials before given full certification. And therefore, this program allows people to enter the workforce faster in high need roles while continuing their education. In the Philippines, we have the Technical Education Skills Development Authority that offers many micro credentials. So they offer 6 months courses, and this can be credited in a baccalaureate program that is related to the technical vocational course. And that's why many of our programs are also associate programs because eventually they lead to a baccalaureate degree. However, we do not have any institution yet that offers micro-credentialing for teacher education except for general education courses. I'd like to share that in our country, we have this program called Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program. We call this ITEAP. It has been a practice by virtue of an executive order, but since March of 2025, Republic Act 12124 was signed into a law. So this is very beneficial to those people who have not finished a a college, a formal college degree, but have experience in working. Those who are qualified to enroll in this program are those who are aged 23 years old and below. They should have graduated from a senior high school and at least have 5 years of experience. So basically, at least 28 years old. This is an opportunity for them for their work experiences to be professionalized. They will be required to submit a portfolio, and there will be equivalency crediting, where a team of assessors in institutions that are deputized to offer this ETIAP will be evaluating their documents. Their work experiences will be credited vis-a-vis some of the subject offerings in college. Also, any certificates that they have earned for attending seminars, training, conferences, there will be equivalent number of hours that will be allotted for those certificates so that it is guaranteed that in 1 year or less than 2 years, this these students who have experienced working would graduate from a certain course. This can also be availed of as a second degree. Like, for example, in my case, I graduated from teacher education. Now, if I would like to have a degree in business, then I can enroll in this ETEA program, provided my qualifications may earn the competency requirements set by the assessors and vis-a-vis the policies, guidelines, and standards of the program. Our institution will be offering this, and probably I will be taking over the office later. Okay, so the pathway revolution is a fundamental shift in how the world recruits, trains, and certifies teachers. As of 2026, this traditional linear model, where an individual must complete a 4-year university education degree before ever stepping foot in a classroom, is being replaced by a multi-entry ecosystem like the expanded tertiary education program, the micro-credentialing. This revolution is driven by the urgent need to fill those 44 million vacancies globally while ensuring that teachers are not just warm bodies, but they are culturally competent professionals. And what are the implications then of these programs to teacher training and social justice? So, social justice is no longer just a module in teacher training. It is increasingly becoming the core framework for the preparation of teachers. And globally, many programs have adopted this identity, diversity, justice, and action framework, or they call this the IDJA, which used to be exclusive for special education, but it has expanded to all programs. Identity and diversity training helps teachers understand their own biases and the cultural backgrounds of their students so that they would be better prepared to interact with multicultural students. Justice and action programs now emphasize applied theory, where teachers are not just taught about inequality, but they are trained to interrupt it. For example, they audit their own curriculum for Eurocentric biases, or they advocate for resources for marginalized students. And I have to admit that in the Philippines, our curriculum for teacher education and basically for all programs is still Eurocentric. And even the resources, the materials that we are using are Eurocentric. They're authored by foreigners, particularly in North America and in South America. But there's one thing that I noticed when we were preparing for the opening of our Bachelor of Science in Agriculture program. I went over the list of resources. When previously I complained about a very Eurocentric list of references for the other programs of science for agriculture, I called the attention of the librarian because I noted that 90% of the references used in the program are authored by Indian scholars. I asked, what about Filipino authors? Because if the references used by the faculty members and by the students are authored by Indians, there are very few Filipinos who author books in agriculture. And therefore, there's a call for action that I asked of the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture faculty to write books in agriculture that are authored by Filipino authors so that the context will be applicable to the country. And in that case, there's going to be social justice because we will be addressing the needs of our country. So, social justice in teacher training is the transition from delivering content to dismantling barriers. We deliver content, but we see to it that everyone benefits from it. Social justice views the teacher not just as an instructor, but as a change agent who recognizes social wrongs and possesses the pedagogical tools to address them. And so, to sustain social justice, education systems must not only train teachers, but also keep them in the profession. Again, I would like to mention that in the Philippines, there is an exodus of teachers. The good teachers are leaving the Philippines in favor of going to the United States, particularly those who are specializing or those who have specialized in special needs education. The reason there is one, the low support given by the government for special needs education. And the other one is the very low salary that the teachers receive. And this results to an exodus of good teachers. And with the exodus of good teachers, then we say that and so I have come across four global models, and I have interacted with some of the teachers also from these countries as to how they were able to address the three challenges that I have mentioned. The United States has a very good model for teacher education and social justice. They call it the teacher residency model. So this was inspired by medical residences. And so programs like National Center for Teacher Residences place candidates in a classroom for a full year under the wing of a mentor teacher while they complete their coursework. It's like a teaching assistantship. It's a model that we have also adopted in our institution. It's giving opportunity for international students to experience teaching in the university and for them also experiences. And the result, graduates of residency programs are significantly more likely to stay in the profession. A survey has been conducted again by the OECD, and they found out that there's over 80% retention after 5 years of those students who have immersed in this residency program compared to those who graduated from the traditional programs. And this model is often used specifically to recruit and retain teachers of color in the United States in urban school districts. And this directly supports representation as a form of social justice. Singapore's best practice in teaching preparation in relation to social justice, they have the three-track career system. Singapore treats teachers as high-level professionals from day one. And once they gain experience, teachers can choose one of three tracks. They have the teaching track, that's a track for becoming a master teacher. There's the leadership track, it's a track for becoming a principal or a superintendent, meaning an administrator of a school. And the other track is the senior specialist track. This is the pathway for those who would like to go into curriculum development and implementation, and for those teachers who would also want to go into research. So we can see that by following these three tracks, the teachers are encouraged to pursue professional development. And so that by providing clear paths for professional growth without forcing teachers out of the classroom to get a promotion, Singapore maintains one of the highest teacher retention and satisfaction rates in the world. And this was proven by by a professor of the National University of Singapore to which we benchmarked. Finland is always popular when it comes to quality education, particularly for their basic education and the free tuition in higher education until graduate school. So their approach is research-based professionalism. because teaching in Finland is a highly prestigious career. All teachers are required to hold a master's degree, which is fully subsidized by the state, by the government. And their training focuses heavily on pedagogical research, meaning teachers are trained to be autonomous researchers who can design and adjust their own curriculum. So we invade this academic freedom on the part of the Finnish teachers because based on their research, they can make adjustments to their curriculum and they can also design their own curriculum to fit what is needed by the students. And therefore, this high level of trust and autonomy means that teachers, the Finnish teachers, rarely suffer from the burnout, which are seen in highly regulated testing, heavy environment. And therefore, social justice is achieved by ensuring that every student, regardless of their background, has access to a highly qualified and empowered professional. And lastly, there's Estonia's professional autonomy model. So, following the educational transformation, Estonia has shifted its focus to teacher agency. The teachers are deeply involved in creating their own school level curricula and choosing their assessment method. Similar to that in Finland, where the teachers can also make adjustments to their curriculum or design their curriculum based on their Estonian teachers also possess this certain degree of professional autonomy. That's how much trust the government places on the teachers because they know that based on the professional competence of the teachers, they're the ones who know firsthand how the curriculum looks like and how it should be implemented. And consequently, these Estonian teachers then adapt their teaching directly to the specific needs and context of their diverse campus. The practice of teaching is highly regulated. Upon graduation, we go through 4 years of college. The last year is for practice teaching and observation. One semester equivalent to 54 hours is 132 hours is allotted for observation. The pre-service teachers are deployed in the school where they graduated. They're going to observe their teachers, how they manage the classroom, how they deliver instruction, how they assess the students. Because the following semester, they now enroll in student teaching. They will now be the ones delivering instruction in the classroom, managing the students, doing the school activities. And behind them are their cooperating teachers. Now, after graduating, the review for the licensure examinations. Some of them enroll in a review center. Some of them do a self-review. However, based on the results of licensure examinations, those who enrolled in a review centers of passing the licensure examinations. Because a licensure examination is a requirement for teaching in the public school. No teacher is allowed to teach in the public school if they do not have license to teach. In contrary, teaching in a private school does not really require a license to teach. And that probably could be one of the reasons why there is discrepancy when it comes to the performance of the students. While the government, the Department of Education regulates the entry of teachers in the public school, it does not have any control over the private schools, especially if the private schools are deregulated and they are autonomous. And so, is there a difference in terms of the performance of the students? There are some researches that prove that yes, there's a difference, that students taught by licensed teachers perform better than students who are taught by non-licensed teachers. In this case, we see social justice coming in again because not every student has access to quality education. Those who are enrolling in the private schools taught by non-licensed teachers are at a disadvantage, according to some research. However, there's also some data which shows that it is not the license of a teacher that determines the performance of the students. Because there are some very good teachers who have not passed the licensure examination, but they are performing very well in the classroom. And so, therefore, there's a debate now as to should the private schools do away with the practice of employing non-licensed teachers, or should they continue hiring them to teach? Because in that case, what's the opportunity also for those who did not pass the licensure examination? While many of them go to the call centers and the tutorial schools, many of them still dream of teaching in a formal school, whether it is in a in the basic education, is not just about teaching a specific curriculum and training teachers to implement it. It is about creating a sustainable profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Glencoe, for your valuable insights and profound knowledge about teacher education and social justice and present status in context to the automation paradox, hybrid training mode, economic pillar as pathway of revolution have truly enriched our understanding. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. Now it's time to interact with our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Felix Aurelie, Pater Faber Business School, Assistant Professor of Management, Australian Catholic University, Australia. Sir has joined with us online. Dr. Felix Aurelie is an Assistant Professor of Management at the Australian Catholic University and a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, UK. His work bridges the world of leadership, family business, fintech, sustainability, focusing on how inclusive, equitable management practices can drive positive social change. He earned his PhD from the University of Queensland, where he conducted research on leadership, succession, and generational transitions in family owned enterprises. Since then, Dr. Orel has contributed to several high-impact international journals, including the Journal of Family Business Management, Journal of Services Marketing, and health policy and planning. He has been a recipient of multiple research grants, including Anjam, BAM ECR grant, and ACU Discovery grants, and has published widely on topics such as gender and leadership, entrepreneurship, and sustainable business practices. A passionate educator and recipient of several local and international teaching awards, Dr. Oral has designed and led innovative management courses across several Australian universities. His current research focuses on inclusive leadership and the social dimensions of sustainability, particularly in emerging and multicultural contexts. Dr. Ora is also a regular contributor of the international conferences and collaboration with scholars across Africa, Europe, the United States, the Middle East, and Australia to promote equitable and future-focused management practices. Dr. Felix Oriller.
Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. I believe you can hear me. Thank you so much. Distinguished scholars, respected leaders, colleagues, and friends, it is truly an honor to join you at this International Multidisciplinary Conference. I thank the organizers, the Asian Educational Institute and ICERT, if I get that correctly, for the privilege of contributing to this important global dialogue. May I just quickly or briefly outline how I will structure the presentation this afternoon? I will explore four themes or four things. Number one, why sustainable development is fundamentally a leadership challenge. I will also look at a four-pillar ethical and inclusive leadership framework that I developed for the presentation today. We'll also look at India's higher education context in global comparison, and finally wrap up with strategic commitments for institutional transformation. Today, I invite you all to reflect on the central question: can sustainable development succeed without transforming how we lead our institutions? Around the world, we speak of sustainability, innovation, augmentation, digitization, digital transformation, and inclusive growth. Yet beneath these aspirations lies a deeper institutional question: who designs the systems that shape opportunity? Who sits at the decision-making tables, and whose voices are heard or whose voices remain unheard or silenced? Sustainable development is not only a technical challenge, it is fundamentally a leadership challenge. We live in a time of remarkable progress, don't we? But then a profound tension exists. We have to deal with global inequality, global gaps in leadership. We also have ethical and trust issues within institutions. Climate and social challenges demand long-term thinking. However, many institutions are structured for short-term performances. But nowhere is this tension more urgent and more promising than here in India. India stands at a historic inflection point. With the world's largest youth population, a rapidly expanding higher education sector, extraordinary digital innovation, and global economic ambition, India is merely participating in the global future. It's not just merely participating, it is actually reshaping it. India's higher education participation has expanded significantly, yet remains below the global average, indicating both progress and opportunity. I'll just wrap up some statistics here. India's gross enrollment ratio in higher education as we speak today, 2026, is approximately 28 to 30%. However, the global average is almost 40%. 40%. The question is not whether India will lead. The question is what kind of institutional leadership will shape that particular future. India today, as we see it, remains a laboratory for inclusive institutional design. There are a lot of opportunities here. And of course, we heard from Professor Basco, the previous presenter, sharing some ideas from the Philippines. We do not, India and the world, do not lack policy. We do not lack talent. We also do not lack vision. What we often lack is institutional design that embeds inclusion into governance systems. Too often, or oftentimes, inclusions becomes rhetorical, more like a mere statement by politicians, by educational leaders, by committees, several committees, more like a celebration rather than structural. An institution's design without inclusion will reproduce exclusion, even unintentionally. You guys are aware of India's national education policy that commenced in 2020, I believe. This particular policy presents a bold and visionary framework, a multidisciplinary education, research ecosystems, access, expansion, and global competitiveness. The aspiration is noble, is powerful, but policy alone does not transform systems. Leadership does. How do institutional leaders translate visionary policy into governance structures that genuinely expand access, empower women in science, include regional voices, and promote long-term sustainability? It's a question I would like us to reflect on. This is where management scholarship becomes vital or critical, if I may put it that way. Based on my many years of research, I came up with this particular framework. I call it Ethical and Inclusive Leadership Framework. And as you can see here, at the center is institutional leadership. That is what holds everything together. Surrounding it are four interdependent pillars. The first one is ethical governance. There is also inclusive decision architecture and strategic SDG alignment. And of course, the fourth pillar here is sustainable value creation. These pillars are not abstract ideas. They are concrete. They are design principles. Can we just go through? I've just shared the next 4 slides going through each of these pillars. The first pillar, ethical governance. This is a foundation. It's about transparency in recruitment. It's about fair allocation of funding, not just for research, generally or nationwide. It's about accountability in research management. It's about clarity in institutional decision-making. Because without ethical governance, you can see here on the slide, I put public trust and legitimacy. Without ethical governance, inclusion becomes very fragile. Not just that, ethics builds trust. And trust is what sustains organizations or institutions. When you remove trust at the institutional level, organizations fall apart. The second pillar here is about decision architecture. And I also added the word there, inclusion, inclusive decision architecture. Representation must move from symbolic to structural. In the Indian higher education context, for example, this includes gender representation in academic leadership, first-generation learner perspectives. There's also the inclusion of regional and rural voices. Not just that, diverse leadership pipeline is about succession. This is very important and must be integrated in our various institutions. Let me give you a statistics here. You can see on the slide. Women hold roughly 25 to 30% of senior academic leadership roles in India. Similar trends appear in many regions, including South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, where I am from, Nigeria. India's higher education participation has expanded significantly over the past few years, yet remains below the global average. And what is this telling us? It indicates both progress and opportunity. Inclusion is not simply about who is present. Inclusion is actually about who influences decisions. This is very important. If decision architecture excludes certain voices, women, people with disability, youth, and young people, then outcomes will reflect that particular exclusion. Representation, again, must move from symbolic to structural. Number 3, strategic SDG alignment. This is very critical. Institutions must align strategy with global development priorities. Almost all of us are familiar with the United Nations SDG. So, of course, more relevant to us in this particular conference includes quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, as well as strong institutions. How do we build strong institutions? That's the question here. And our activities must align with these SDGs. Alignment with these goals must be embedded into organizational KPIs, budgeting decisions, research priorities, as well as governance framework. I'll sum this particular slide up and say sustainability must be operational, not aspirational. I talked earlier on about moving from symbolism to structural. Now, I talk here about the 4th pillar, which is important. I think I touched on that earlier. I probably left it out of my slide, but I'll just briefly here, sustainable value creation. Institution must redefine its values. This is important. Often, in Australia here, many universities, for them, it's all about competition. It's about grants. It's about how much money you can bring in, how much grant you can win and all. And they are often preoccupied with ranking. Okay, we are the best in architecture. We are the best in economics and all. Institution must redefine its values. And I cannot believe that it recently has become the trend in India. It's not just about rankings. It's not about enrollment numbers. We have the biggest university, by enrollment and all. It is also not only financial growth, but social mobility, which is very important. Now, regional development, very important. Intergenerational equity, as well as long-term societal impact. I often tell people that whatever you do, if you're not making social impact, perhaps because of my background, growing up in poverty, having to walk 24 kilometers to school when I was in Africa, and all of this had actually built me to a point that if you're not making an impact in other people's life, in the society where you do your business, where you function, I personally see it as a waste of time. It's about the values that I talked about earlier on, that we at the micro level, meso and even macro level, we have to redefine. I think it's very, very important. Now, let's talk about linguistic diversity and knowledge inclusion here. India's linguistic plurality is extraordinary. I think that's one of the advantages here we can talk about. Yet language can become a barrier within higher education systems. Exactly the point that Professor Rhoda Basco was talking about earlier on in the Philippines. So if English dominance unintentionally excludes regional scholars, or local knowledge systems are marginalized. Then what we have, inclusion remains incomplete. Okay. Multilingual scholarship is not a weakness. It is a strategic advantage. I will repeat that again. Multilingual scholarship is not a weakness. It is actually a strategic advantage because it strengthens epistemic diversity and enriches global knowledge production. Urban-rural divide and first-generation learner, I think I talked about earlier on, bringing the voices of people even in the rural area into the mainstay. Consider the urban-rural divide, digital access disparities, institutional culture unfamiliarity, and as well as hidden curriculum barriers. I research into internationalization of curriculum, and I can speak a lot here. I'm very much open to take questions later. Probably we finish about 5 minutes before my time. So if there's any question here, I can actually have them address. First generation learners often navigate systems not designed with them in mind. Yeah, here in Australia, we have the First Nation people. Many universities woke up recently now, or about 11 years ago, and like, oh yeah, we need to integrate the First Nation voices. Okay, the Aboriginal people, we need to bring in their perspectives into the educational system, and they're actually doing a lot in this particular hand. Oftentimes, when curriculum are designed, they do not have these first generation learners. They actually don't have them in mind. So therefore, inclusive leadership then asks, are we designing institutions where these students thrive or merely survives? The question, are we designing institutions where these students from first generation learners that I talk about now, where they can thrive or where they can survive? Equity requires intentional design. And I challenge all of us here today as academics, as as leaders, to take note of this. May I talk about women in STEM in India a little bit? India has made remarkable progress in women's participation in science and education. Globally, I give some statistics very quickly here. Women represent approximately 33% of researchers globally. However, in India, women account for roughly 40 to 43% of STEM graduates. That's beautiful. However, leadership representation remains substantially lower. Okay, many of us have heard about, the higher you go, you get to that glass ceiling, and then progressing becomes an issue. So enrollment is rising, which is fine, but representation is also expanding, which is also a good thing to note. But leadership gap remains in India. Interestingly, India performs comparatively well in female STEM graduation rates, which I talked about earlier on, but leadership pipeline narrows significantly at the senior level. So I actually have here on the slide some of the gaps that I talk about here, including representation of women, including research funding access. More men actually get, I did this research in terms of access to funding. More men actually in India have access to research funding. And of course, decision-making positions. This is also very, very important. True inclusion requires examining not only entry points. It doesn't make a lot of sense getting these women into the companies, they get jobs. And of course, career growth opportunities are not there for them. They cannot, progress in their career. So we need to look into this. Research ecosystem and innovation leadership. Yeah, this is another very important slide. India's innovation ecosystem is globally significant, isn't it? So we're talking about digital public infrastructure. We're talking about startup growth. We talk about technological entrepreneurship. So, but innovation without inclusive governance, again, can deepen divides. I give some statistics here. Global R&D spending average about 2.2% of GDP globally, but India is actually less than 1% of the GDP. Of course, hopefully, we can pass some of these messages to the government, to the state government, of course, even to the federal government. India has a lot to do here. So, but even within OECD countries, actually, the global R&D spending is almost about 3% plus. So India has a lot to do here. It's still kind of lagging, if I may use that word, a little bit here. India's innovation ambition are strong, yet research investment as a share of GDP remains below many advanced countries. This suggests the importance of strategic governance in maximizing impact. We must therefore ask, number one, are research ecosystem ethically governed? That's a question. Question number two, are innovation benefits broadly distributed? And number three, are partnerships aligned with social justice principle? Are partnerships aligned with social justice principles? Let's look at India as a global knowledge leader, all right? Moving from knowledge importer to knowledge exporter. I can actually see that even right now we have a number of people, including from Africa, including Yoruba-speaking people from Nigeria, even in this particular conference, as we speak. India has gone from importing to now exporting. And I also know that, I didn't check the number. I think we have several thousands of Africans who are currently studying in India, various courses, medicine and IT, and so on and so forth. India is increasingly a global knowledge exporter. Higher education partnership has actually enabled this. Research collaborations. Personally, myself, I think I have about up to 12 people, that we do research in New Delhi, in Punjab, in Tamil Nadu, all over universities in India. So India had actually progressed and done very well here. There's also the South-South academic networks, various networks. India can model inclusive institutional leadership for the global South. I dare challenge us here this afternoon. India, indeed, can model inclusive institutional leadership for the global South. The global South countries can look up to leadership, to India for leadership, especially in medicine, in information technology, and many other specialized courses. Its governance innovations can influence emerging economies worldwide, not just including Eastern European countries. All the global South countries can look up to India for leadership. So there's also the ethical leadership in emerging economies. Growth without equity increases fragility. Innovation without inclusion increases inequalities. Leadership in emerging economies must balance ambition with responsibilities. India has the opportunity to demonstrate that rapid development and ethical governance are not opposite, but they're actually partners. As I draw this to conclusion, I call your attention to, there's one of the slides I don't want to miss. Strategic actions for Indian institutional leaders. I know that many of us here are leaders. We lead research programs, we lead pedagogical programs in our various universities. This is very important. Strategic commitments. And there are 5 institutional commitments that I listed here, as you can see. Let me propose these 5 practical commitments. Number 1, we have to embed inclusion into university statutes and governance policies. I challenge us to do this. Number 2, audit gender and diversity representation at leadership levels. Here in Australia is one of the things that, in terms of inclusion, a lot of, many other countries, including universities, look up to Australia on this. We have to audit. We have to probably even overhaul, the gender, the, balance within various leadership in our institutions. Number 3, we have to institutionalize multilingual research disseminations. This is very important. And of course, as academics at the micro level, if you have the opportunity of working with people from, various backgrounds, who speak different languages, this can actually be a plus, even to the work you do. 4th, measure social mobility outcomes. It's not only about ranking, okay? It's also, it is also about social mobility, even the ability to progress in our various careers, regardless of gender, is important. Number 5 here, aligning governance systems with measurable SDG accountability framework. And the 4th framework, the framework that I actually developed for this presentation, if you want a copy of this slide, I'm happy to share with you. Just reach out to me via email. And of course, if you want to discuss further. Here I talk about moving beyond performative inclusion. I said earlier on, moving from symbolism to something structural, to something tangible. I'll just kind of amplify a little bit here. We must distinguish between symbolic and structural inclusion. It's very important. I said earlier on, just in the passing, moving from symbolic to structural, but it's important to know the difference between the two. Symbolic inclusion is visible, okay? It's about the committees, it's about the statements, it's about the events, it's about the programs. However, structural inclusion is transformational. Please understand the difference between the two. This can include budgets, it can include recruitment designs or redesigns or programs. It can include leadership pipeline and succession planning that I talked about earlier on. It can actually also include transparent data. If we do a recruitment, we need to know what are the criteria. Why this person got a job and then this other person didn't get a job. It's very important to be transparent. Transformation requires courage. Transformation requires courage. Not everybody will buy into it. Not everyone will support it. But of course, it takes courage to be transformational. Here, I also have, I talk about leadership choice. Ultimately, leadership presents a choice. Inclusion by intention, underline that, or exclusion by design. If systems are not intentionally inclusive, what do we have? They reproduce historical patterns. And what are these historical patterns? Some of which that I've talked about today. Leadership is a key, and leadership is a difference. As I bring this to a close here, I give you this challenge, but inclusive features do not emerge automatically. I talked about courage earlier on to be a transformational leader. Inclusive features are designed. How are they designed? They're designed through, number 1, ethical governance. They're designed through inclusive architecture. They're designed through strategic alignment. And finally, they're designed through sustainable value creation. The 4 pillars that I talk about in the framework I designed earlier. Leadership shapes governance. Governance shapes culture. And what do culture do? Culture shapes outcomes. India's future will not be shaped by demographic advantage alone. It's not about the population. It will be shaped by the courage of its institutions to design systems where equity, dignity, and sustainability are embedded at the core of leadership. Inclusive features are not inherited, they are built. And they're built intentionally, they're built ethically, they're also built collectively. No one-man person can build inclusive future. We have to join hands as parents, as young people, as youth, as organizations, as leaders. We have to collectively, ethically, and intentionally build that inclusive future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arif, for such an insightful and enriching interactions with session. Your point about sustainable development succeed without transforming how we lead our institution, particularly in context to academic leadership framework, strategy for SDG alignment, linguistic diversity, and knowledge inclusion, urban and rural development, with reference to women in STEM in India, was particularly eye-opening. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Dear all, without delay, let's time to interact with our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director ICERT, Sophia Education and Learning Advancement Division, ICERT. Ma'am has joined with us virtually online. I request Professor Dr. Navneet Kaur kindly reveal her insights to us. Ma'am.
Namaste, everyone. Respected Chief Patron Sri Tasim Sani and Dr. Meenu Singh, respected President of ICERT Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar, esteemed academic leader Professor Dr. Aruna Anchal, Honorable Chairpersons Dr. Vandana Agarwal, Dr. Varinder Jeet Kaur, Dr. Nishant Singh Deol, distinguished keynote speakers Dr. Rhoda Basco, Dr. Felix Oral, and Dr. Thepul. Respected conveners, coordinators, fellow educators, researchers, and all enlightened souls present here. My heartfelt greetings and deepest gratitude to each one of you. What a beautiful theme of today's conference. Inclusive futures cannot exist without the integration of science, education, language, and social justice. Science empowers us to understand the world. Education empowers us to transform the world. Language empowers us to connect the world, and social justice empowers us to balance the world. Sustainable development is not merely about sustaining resources, it is about sustaining humanity, dignity, and consciousness. Today, as I speak before you, I do not speak merely as an educator or a leader. I stand as a witness to thousands of silent dreams sitting in classrooms. Dreams that are waiting not for better infrastructure, but for someone who sees their light. Because sometimes all it takes to change a life is one teacher who says, I believe in you. When we speak of the future, we often speak of artificial intelligence, robotics, and scientific breakthroughs. But today, I invite you to reflect on a deeper truth. The true future of humanity will not be shaped merely by technological advancements, but by the level of consciousness we cultivate within human beings. Science has given us the power to explore the outer universe, but education has the responsibility to help us explore the inner universe. Today's education cannot remain confined to the transfer of information. It must evolve into the transformation of the human being. Allow me to share a true story of a true hero. Many years ago, in India, there was a young boy who sold newspapers on railway platforms to support his family. He faced poverty, rejection, and countless limitations. But he had one powerful asset, a teacher who believed in him. That teacher did not just teach him physics, that teacher ignited his belief in himself. The boy grew up to become Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the missile man of India and later the President of India. When someone asked him why he loved meeting students so much, he said, ignited minds are the most powerful resource on the earth. What ignited his mind was not privilege, it was education and one conscious teacher. Every classroom today has a future Kalam sitting silently. Every child carries invisible wings. And every educator here has the sacred responsibility to help them fly. Every child who walks into our institution does not come only with a school bag. They come carrying invisible fears, invisible dreams, and infinite possibilities. And the question is not, are they capable? The question is, are we conscious enough to recognize their capability? Inclusive futures cannot be created by systems alone. They are created by sensitive educators who see not just the performance of a student, but the potential of a soul. Each classroom is not just a room, it is a laboratory of humanity. Each teacher is not just an instructor, they are a consciousness sculpture. Science gives tools, but education gives direction. Technology gives speed, but awareness gives purpose. As educators and leaders, we are not merely preparing students for careers, we are preparing them for life. Years from today, our students may forget the chapters we taught, but they will never forget how we made them feel. Because education is not the filling of minds, education is the awakening of souls. We are not just teaching subjects, we are awakening destinies. Somewhere right now, a child is waiting, not for information, but for someone who believes in them. Let us be that person because the future is not something we enter, the future is something we create with our awareness, our intention, and our consciousness. Let us not just teach for a living, let us teach for a legacy. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening perspectives and thoughtful inputs. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. Without further ado, it's honor to have with us Dr. Thepul Genge, Senior Lecturer and Supervisor, Visiting Faculty, University of Colombo, University of Kenya, Sri Lanka. Dr. Thepul Genge has joined us online, and Dr. Thepul Genge is distinguished senior academic in computing and IT with expertise in cybersecurity, AI, and data science. With our 20 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership, he has held visiting lecturer roles and contributed significantly to curriculum development and cross-disciplinary research. His core competencies include academic leadership, research strategy, curriculum design, and international academic networking. Key teaching areas encompasses cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, and software engineering. While research interests focus on cybersecurity, privacy, AI, deep learning, and data science, big data analytics. Dr. Ginge holds current position at the University of Colombo, University of Kenya, Brandix Corporate Campus, and Vinay Global Talent Incubator Space, showcasing his commitment to academia and industry engagement. His educational background includes as MSc in Information Technology and a BSc Honors in IT, complemented by honors and awards such as the Honorary Doctorate in Cybersecurity and Asia Innovative Research of the year 2023. May I request Dr. Thepu Gengri kindly share her views to us?
Hey, good evening. I hope y'all can hear me. Let me share my screen. I hope the screen is visible. Am I audible and the screen is visible for?
Yes, sir, you are audible and your
Okay.
screen is also visible.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm honored to be part of today's proceeding. So, Honorable Chief Guest, respected delegates, fellow academics, researchers, and dear students, it's a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the Asia Educational Institute, Patala, the International Multidisciplinary Conference, especially on the platform that celebrates women and girls in science, linguistic diversity, and social justice, pillars that define the future of sustainable development. So let's quickly move into what I have listed on to discussion. Since we are running out of time with the standard schedule, I'll quickly go through the things. Some of these things have already been like addressed or discussed during the previous keynote discussions as well. Now we are living in an era where technology shape our power. So, but the real question is, who is benefited from this power? Access alone to digital personnel is no longer enough. Understanding the defined advantages would be the most critical thing. And also the dignity defines justice. So we are in an era where this has to be discussed in detail. Now, the evolving digital the diversion, traditionally we spoke about the digital diversion as a gap in devices or connectivity. But today, that divide is far deeper than what we have initially identified. As an example, who understand AI and who is controlled by it, who is protected in cyberspace, and who is exposed in cyber space, and who creates the technology and who merely consume it. So these are the things that we need to discuss and address. This is where the conversation must shift from digital access to digital dignity. So it's a kind of a broader area that we all has to focus and continue our discussion. Now, when it comes to AI and cybersecurity, it has given a lot of promises and it has certain responsibility as well. Coming into artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, they are not neutral technologies. AI can give you a lot of things. AI can improve healthcare access, enhance learning performance, enhance learning personalization, enable smart governance, but it can also reinforce biasness, include rather exclude minority languages, and marginalize unrepresented communities as well. So these things in a common forum, we have to discuss and find a way to overcome them. Coming into the cybersecurity, we expect cybersecurity to act as the human security. Cybersecurity, similarly, is no longer just about protecting the system. It's about protecting people, its identities, livelihood, and trust. Now, our expectation of cybersecurity is far more wider than what we have initially identified. So, in my research and professional practice across education, healthcare, governance, and social systems, I have seen that the technological excellence without ethical groundings leads to digital inequality in certain research environment. So which is not the best case when it comes to enhancing and elaborating technology to our routing activities. Coming into education as a great equalizer, education is where inclusion begins, or is it the end of inclusion? If AI and cybersecurity education remains, it will be high technical, and sometimes English language will only be used for it and detached from social realities. So then we unintentionally widen our inequality among those who are using it and those who are not using it. So, but when education is context aware, when education inclusive of women and non-technical learners, sensitive to language and culture, and also aligned with uh, employability and ethics, we may be able to overcome those things. So then it will become a tool for social justice. So this is especially a kind of a crucial thing in global context where talent is abandoned but opportunity is unevenly distributed. So we try to address through them with multidisciplinary approaches. Coming into providing a kind of a real collaborative environment, we can focus on digital dignity framework, providing necessary access while creating digital literacy and related knowledge. You can create the digital dignity framework, because what right now we are looking and what we want would be to create that particular digital dignity among the community. Coming into aligning with today's theme, women, language, and invisible barriers in technology. We just had the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, I think 11th February. So we must ask, are you, our AI systems are designed with women in mind? Are our learning platforms accessible across mother tongue? Are we measuring success by innovation alone or by inclusion? So the technology that ignores gender, technology that ignores language is not advanced, it's incomplete. What we right now need would be a technology that includes everything, that includes women, that includes your mother tongue, that includes all necessary components. That is what the discussion has to be moved forward. A call for interdisciplinary responsibilities. The international conference, what we have right now, focuses on multidisciplinary collaboration and responsibilities. So the future does not belong to one discipline, which we have to clearly identify. My background is I'm from mainly in computer science area, but I notice everyone that we have here in our forum are from various disciplines. This is very important that every when it comes to multiple disciplines, everyone connect together, combine together, and come up with something which globally we can address, globally we can accept as a kind of a common thing. So it belongs to those engineers who understand ethics, those educators who understand technology, those policymakers who understand the data, those social scientists who engage with innovation. Only through interdisciplinary collaboration can we align technology with the internationally accepted standard like UN Sustainable Development Goals. I think previous keynote speakers also addressed on this one, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So I'll just skim through this. Each pillar has been tailored into a kind of a goal specific to their vision and mission. So we can also focus us on some of these and align them to meet our requirement as well. So I have initially identified 5 such pillars which we can align our focus when it comes to multidisciplinary environment. I'll just go through this because previously also we had a kind of a idea about this one. Equality in education, gender equality, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So that way we can come up with a kind of an international standard to all people, especially women, girls who are into these fields and different requirements. In conclusion, what we can say would be, we need to build an inclusive future. So let us remember, the technology should not replace human values, it should amplify them. It should amplify them. So we should be capable of using technology to provide better support, better environment for people. Sometimes people say, okay, this technology is bad. Now, for an example, since we are from academic background, majority of us are, right now we do have a lot of AI tools available, artificial intelligence tools are available. In academic world also, some of our students are using AI tools. Now, that creates kind of a problem as well. But technology should not be replace human value. It should always amplify them. We should be taught in a way that we use these technologies in a kind of a positive manner to amplify your knowledge, to improve your knowledge. So our responsibility as educators and as researchers is not only to build smarter systems, but to fairly socialize these to everyone who can use it to come up with a kind of a good environment. So moving forward, what we need to align would be, we need to focus from innovation to impact, from access to empowerment, from digital growth to digital dignity, and inclusive future as a kind of a shared responsibility. So together we can ensure that the future build is not only intelligent but inclusive, ethical, and justice is given for everyone. So that is the main concept behind this multidisciplinary conferences and empowering women power and the technology. So what I would like to highlight would be that main concept, as previously mentioned speakers have elaborate more specific country specific area specific data. In general, this is what we need to think collaboratively and move forward. So for that, you may be needing people from various industries, various countries to get their ideas, to continue their discussions, and to come up with a kind of a common platform. So that's the main concept. Wish you all the best with your conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Ginige, for your incredible keynote at International Multidisciplinary Conference, Inclusive Future, Science, Education, Language, and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. Sir, your profound knowledge about AI, cybersecurity, and their application in inclusive curriculum design call for interdisciplinary responsibility have truly enriched us our understanding. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Here it is time to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Aruna Achal, Director and Head Research and Publication Division, ICERT, Dean, Department of Education, Baba Masnaf University, Rohtak, Haryana. Ma'am has joined online with us. I request Professor Dr. Aruna Achal kindly share your valuable insights with us and also motivate us to contribute to strengthen our country and feel pride. Ma'am. Professor Dr. Aruna Achal, ma'am. Ma'am has joined shortly. I think some technical glitch. Dear participants, kindly wait for a few minutes. Ma'am has joined shortly. Dear participants, kindly wait for a few minutes. Ma'am has joined shortly.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am.
Okay, sorry
Ma'am, I
for the
request you to kindly share your valuable insights with our participants.
actually I am on the way. I am in traveling, so that's why I was unable to join the call and the conference. Thank you, everyone. Uh, as a keynote address, 1 minute. Uh, Namaste and thank you to the college, Asian College, and our team ICERT for inviting me as a keynote speaker for the conference, 2 days conference. And we know that the topic for the today's conference is inclusive futures. The word inclusive itself says equity and equality, isn't it? Then the science, education, language, and social justice for the social development. So today I am honored to speak on the theme of the today's conference. We know that in a world facing climate change, equality, technological disruption, and the cultural fragmentations, the question before us is not just how to develop it, but how to develop sustainability and inclusively. The concept of the sustainable development was globally defined in the United Nations in 1987 report as development that meets the needs of the present without comprising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Later in 2015, the United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. We all know that we have 17 SDGs, the global goals designed to create just, equitable, sustainable world by 2030. And we know that an inclusive future ensures equal access to the opportunities, respect for diversity, fair distribution of resources, and the participation of all the communities. So today I will discuss in short about science, education, language, and social justice together shape sustainable and inclusive futures. We know that science as a driver of inclusive development means it plays a transformative role in shaping modern society. Now, scientific research also helps in the climatic address to the climate change, development of renewable energy, or you can say improve of agriculture and control disease. Uh, if we quote an example, solar and the wind energy reduces dependencies on the fossil fuels. Medical sciences improves the public health and life expectancies. So, however, science must be accessible. When scientific advancement benefit only a privileged few, inequalities widens. Now, if you talk about the education, the foundation of the sustainable futures, education is the strongest pillar of inclusive development. Means education for empowerment means what? Reduces the poverty, promotes gender equity and the equality, encourages the innovation, strengthens the democratic values. So, educated citizens make informed decisions about the health, environment, and governance. Then you talk about the language, means language is a tool for inclusion and identification or the identity. Language is more than the communication, it is the identity, culture, and dignity. Whenever language disappears, entire knowledge system disappear. So linguistic diversity and sustainability needed, language and access is also needed, means using the local. In NEP also we have talked about the local vocal for the local. So education, governance, and the public health communication is urgently needed. So it improves the participation and understanding too. So, language justice ensures that the development policies are accessible to all, not just dominant linguistic group. Then, if you talk about the social justice, the core of sustainable development, we know that very well. So, sustainable without justice is incomplete. Social justice addresses economic inequality, gender discrimination, racial injustice, caste and hierarchies, disability exclusion. So the principle of leave no one behind under the United Nations SDGs 17 goal commitment. So economic justice needed for the fair wages, access to the healthcare and social security ensured with dignity too. Then gender inequality also. So in this also it is needed the women empowerment of women also, means in that we have to look after family health, economic productivity, community resilience, and with that only we need environmental justice too. So marginalized communities often suffer most from pollution and the climatic disasters. Just requires protecting vulnerable population first. We need interconnection of science, education, language, and justice. So these are the four pillars to be interconnected, in which the role of youth and institution is also needed so that it can play the critical role in shaping the inclusive futures. So in concluding note, I will say that an inclusive future is not an optional, it is necessary. Science must serve humanity, education must empower all together equally, language must unite, it should not divide, social justice must guide the development. So sustainable development is not merely about economic growth, it is about dignity, human dignity, equity, and shared responsibilities. So we have to be commit. So let us commit to building a future where progress is inclusive, knowledge is shared, diversity is respected, and justice is central. So by this only it can develop truly for the sustainable. So I'm thankful and really thankful to the organizing committee, organizing institution, and the team of ICRT who invited me for this keynote speakers for the today's session. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time, your expertise, and for setting such a high bar for the rest of the event. We hope to cross path again soon. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We honor to have our chairman, sir, is now jointly with us. I feel highly privileged to invite our honorable chairman, sir, Shri Saif Saniji, a visionary leader whose guidance and unwavering support have been the driving force behind this international conference. Sir, I request you to kindly grace the stage and address the gathering, sir, please.
नमस्कार। एशियन ग्रुप ऑफ कॉलेज की तरफ से मैं सभी उन लोगों का आभार प्रकट करता हूं जिन्होंने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया। और मैं हमारे जो टीचर जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट किया और जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिसने इसको कंडक्ट करने के लिए मौका दिया हमारे कॉलेज को, आपका भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। तो मैं आपको सभी को बेस्ट ऑफ लक कहता हूं। फ्यूचर में ऐसे प्रोग्राम होते रहें, ये इंस्टीट्यूशन की प्रोग्रेस के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। इसलिए मैनेजमेंट चाहती है टीचर्स पार्टिसिपेट करते रहे और हमारी तरफ से हमेशा आपको सपोर्ट रहेगी। अगेन आई थैंकफुल टू ऑल यू। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Right now, Ma'am Kiranjit, Assistant Professor, School of Business Study, Asian Education Institute, Patiala, have with us. I cordially invite Professor Kiranjit to kindly deliver her vote of thanks to our chairperson, guest of honor, keynote speaker, and entire organization team.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chief Patron, distinguished guest of honor, esteemed keynote speaker, honorable patrons, advisory board members, respected dignitaries, faculty members, researchers, and participants. On behalf of Asian Educational Institute Patiala and in collaboration with the International Council for Education, Research, and Training, it is my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this prestigious international multidisciplinary conference. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Patron, Shri Taseem Saini, Chairman, Asian Educational Institute Patiala, for his visionary leadership and continuous encouragement in organizing such a meaningful academic event. I would also like to sincerely thank Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar, President, ICERT, for his constant support and for providing us this global platform for academic exchange. Our special thanks to Professor Dr. M. Amar Sadiq, Professor Dr. Aruna Anchal, Professor Dr. Rhoda Basco Galengu. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rhoda Basco Galengu, Professor and Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Mountain Province State University, Philippines. Your insights have truly enriched this conference. A sincere thank you to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Felix Orol from Australian Catholic University, North Sydney, Australia, for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking keynote address. We are equally grateful to our esteemed guest, Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director, ICERT, Sofia, for her valuable contribution and guidance. I would also like to extend my appreciation to our patrons, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, Dr. Navneet Kaur, Dr. Swarna, Dr. Delight Omoji Idika. Special thanks to our conveners, Dr. Sapna Rathod, Dr. Simran, and heartfelt appreciation to our coordinators, Dr. Paramjit Kaur, Dr. Payal Tangri, Madam Kiranjit. We also gratefully acknowledge the valuable support of our advisory board members for their academic guidance and encouragement. I would like to thank all the presenters, research scholars, participants, organizing committee members, technical team, and volunteers whose dedication and teamwork made this conference successful. Lastly, we thank every attendee for being part of the intellectual gathering and contributing to meaningful discussions on inclusive future science, education, language, and social justice for sustainable development. With this, I conclude the vote of thanks. Thank you, one and all present here. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiranjit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to one of the most significant moments of today's program, the release of conference souvenir. This souvenir is not merely a publication, it is a reflection of the scholarly contributions, innovative research insights, and collaborative academic spirit that defines this international gathering. May I now request our honorable dignitaries to kindly unveil and release the conference souvenir. May I now request our honorable dignitaries who has joined us online to kindly unveil and release the conference souvenir. Let's put our hands together for this proud and memorable moment. Congratulations to the entire team for this wonderful accomplishment. With the official release of the conference souvenir, we mark a significant milestone in this academic journey. Our sincere gratitude to all for graciously releasing the souvenir and blessing this occasion. Now, heading towards our next segment, that is Excellence Awards Ceremony, where we honor the individuals whose outstanding contributions in education, research, and science, language promotion, and social leadership have made a significant impact. May I humbly request our distinguished chief patrons, our honorable dignitaries who has joined us in person and online to grace this occasion of presenting the Excellence Awards. I also request Dr. Sapna to kindly accommodate in presenting the awards. It is our honor to present Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. It is our honor to present Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Global Excellence Award 2026 to our esteemed Chief Patron, Shri Tarseem Saini Ji, Honorable Chairman, Asian Group of Colleges, in recognition of his exceptional leadership, guidance, and invaluable contribution to this academic community. A big round of applause. It is now a privilege to honor our respected patron, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan. It is our proud privilege to honor our respected patron, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, Principal, Asian Educational Institute, with Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Global Excellence Award 2026 for her outstanding contribution to this educational society. Further, in this category, I would like to invite Dr. Sapna Rathod, IQAC Coordinator, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Next is Dr. Mukdeep Singh Mansha. Next is Dr. Mukdeep Singh Manshahia, who has joined us online, Department of Mathematics, Punjabi University, Patiala. A big round of applause. Next, Professor Dr. M. Devendra, Principal and Professor, Hotel Management and Tourism, the Oxford School of Hotel Management, Bangalore. Dr. Preeti Singhwal, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Management and Commerce, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. Dr. Chitra Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Mangalmay Institute of Management and Technology, Greater Noida. The next category of awards is Baba Saheb Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Excellence Award, which is conferred upon Dr. Gurvinder Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, University College, Miranpur. Our next category of awards is Appreciation Awards in recognition of exceptional dedication and tireless efforts to organize this conference. Dr. Paramjit Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute. Dr. Paramjit Kaur. Congratulations, Dr. Paramjit Kaur. Next is Dr. Payal Tangri, Assistant Professor, School of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute. Congratulations, Dr. Payal Tangri. Ms. Kiranjit, Assistant Professor, School of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute. Congratulations, ma'am. Dr. Harjinder Pal Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Arts and Social Sciences, Asian Educational Institute. Dr. Sonu Pannu, Assistant Professor, Asian College of Education. Ms. Navneet Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Science and Mathematics, Asian Educational Institute. Ms. Harjeet Kaur, Department of Mathematics, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Congratulations to all. Ms. Prabdeep Kaur, Department of Computer Applications, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Congratulations to all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. This concludes our Excellence Award and Appreciation Award segment. We extend our heartfelt gratitude once again to our esteemed chief patrons, our patrons and dignitaries from ICERT, and our distinguished guest speakers for honoring this segment and inspiring our participants. Now, it's a 5 minutes break. After break, we will invite all participants to join us for the upcoming technical session, which will going to be starting soon. Kindly ensure your seats and virtual connections. Kindly ensure your virtual connections. There is one announcement. There is one important announcement. We'll start our technical session within next 15 minutes. Within next 15 minutes, we are going to start our technical sessions. We request everyone to remain attentive and engaged as we move forward with our technical session of this conference. Our first technical session will be going to start in 15 minutes. Our first technical session will be hosted by Ms. Prabdeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Science, Asian Educational Institute. Thank you. We'll meet soon after 15 minutes.
Ma'am, can we use the same link for technical session?
मैंने ना जाना तो क्या कैसे जब तो जब दिन बेर तो मैं मेरा गाँव
mo ti wá gbàgbé mo ti gbàgbé pé ti túbì ẹ máa ti túbì wọn lè ṣe nǹkan kan.
Okay, bí náà ti then àti kó dàbí pé CBT exam ni computer exam
Respected Chairperson, distinguished delegates, scholarly presenters, and a vibrant community of participants. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm requesting all the presenters to kindly join the meeting. In a few minutes, our chairperson, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, will join us. All the participants, please join. Kindly mark your presence in the chat box by writing your names. Today, we will have the presentation for the first technical session. All the presenters are requested to join the Zoom meeting.
यहाँ से सुनना सही रहेगा।
Respected Chairperson, distinguished delegates, scholarly presenters, and our vibrant community of participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. I, Prabdip Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Science, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. It is my profound honor to welcome you to the inaugural technical session of the International Conference on Inclusive Futures, Science, Education, Language, and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. Today, we are not just sharing papers, we are bridging the gap between theory and the global impact. This session serves as a crucible for ideas that aim to reshape our collective future through the lenses of science and social equity. To guide our deliberations, we are privileged to have a scholar of immense distinction presiding over this session. It is my honor to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, Principal, Asian Group of Colleges, Department of Science and Mathematics. She has completed her PhD from University of Allahabad in the field of solid state physics in the year 1995. Dr. Meenu is postdoctorate in CSIR project in area of radiation physics. Dr. Meenu is a titan in the field of physics with a career spanning over 26 years of academic and research excellence. Her intellectual footprint is evidenced by a remarkable portfolio of 43 publications across reputed national and international journals and conferences. She is a life member of Indian Society of Radiation Physics, Indian Science Congress Association, Punjab Academy of Sciences, Nuclear Track Society of India. Beyond her scientific regard, she is a respected administrator known for her commitment to the scholarly experience. On the behalf of the organizing committee, ma'am, we extend our deepest gratitude to you for your presence and for consenting to chair this session. I now most respectfully invite our chairperson, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, to share her opening remarks and formally set this technical session in motion.
Thank you, Madam Prabdeep, for such a brief and effective introduction of me. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I welcome all dignitaries, paper presenter who are present here in physical mode and those who are virtually joined us from the India and around the globe. I welcome you all in first technical session of this international conference. In the session, we have fascinating lineup of research paper presenter for you. These presenters will share their research paper on the conference theme, Inclusive Future, Education, Language and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. We hope all presenters will fulfill the objective of the conference theme. And before we begin, I request all of you to please turn on silent mode your mobile phone so that we get more from our paper presenter. I am sure. Now I request Madam Prabdeep to share the guideline for paper presentation.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insightful and thought-provoking opening remarks. Your vast experience of 26 years and your commitment to scholarly excellence through your 43 publications truly set a high standard for our deliberations today. We are honored to conduct this session under your expert guidance. With your permission, ma'am, I would now like to briefly outline the technical protocols guidelines for our presenters before we begin our first presentation. Each presenter will be allotted 8 to 10 minutes in total. I will provide a gentle reminder when 2 minutes are left. Each presentation will be followed by a talk of 2 to 3 minutes for the question answers. As PowerPoints are mandatory, please keep your presentation concise by adding title, objectives, hypothesis, research methodology, findings and conclusions. For our virtual participants, please ensure you have renamed yourself on the Zoom platform by displaying your name in the format your paper serial number with your full name. Most importantly, to honor the spirit of rigorous research, our chairperson will be evaluating all presentations to select the best 2 presentations of this session. These winners will be announced by the chair at the conclusion of our deliberations. Now, let's begin with our presentation. Firstly, now I would like to call Ms. Kiranjeet to present her paper, Digital Service Recovery on Social Media and Brand Loyalty, a quantitative study of Gen Z students. Ms. Kiranjeet, kindly share your screen.
Good afternoon, respected Madam and everyone present here. I, Kiranjeet, presenting my research title, Digital Service Recovery on Social Media and Brand Loyalty, a quantitative study of Generation Z students in Chandigarh.
Ms. Kiranjeet, kindly share your screen, your PPTs.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Kiranjeet, presenting my research paper titled Digital Service Recovery on Social Media and Brand Loyalty, a quantitative study of Generation Z students in Chandigarh. And my co-author is Associate Professor Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur, Desh Bhagat University. This study examines how brand responses to complaints on social media influences loyalty among Generation Z consumers. सारियां क्लोज करनियां पैणियां In today's digital era, social media is not just a marketing tool, we all know. It has become a major customer service platform. Generation Z, who are digital natives, actively interact with brands online. When they experience service failure, they often post complaints publicly on platforms like Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Unlike traditional complaints, these responses are visible to thousands of users. Therefore, how a brand responds does not only affect one customer, it affects the brand's overall image. This is why digital service recovery has become extremely important. Although many studies discuss service recovery and digital marketing, there is limited research focusing specifically on digital service recovery in Indian context, Generation Z consumers, and the public nature of social media complaints is under-researched. Most studies are conducted in Western countries. Therefore, this study fills that gap by examining Generation Z students in Chandigarh. The main objective of my study were first to examine the impact of digital service recovery on brand loyalty. Second, to analyze the key recovery dimensions such as response timeliness, empathetic communication, transparency, and perceived fairness. Thirdly, to identify which dimension has the strongest influence on loyalty among Generation Z. And finally, to provide practical suggestions for managers. This is the conceptual model of my study that shows that different service recovery factors such as empathy, fairness, transparency, and quick response influence brand loyalty. The model proposes that these four recovery dimensions, that is response timeliness, empathetic communication, transparency, and perceived fairness, influences the brand loyalty. This study follows a quantitative and cross-sectional research design. The data was collected from 327 Generation Z students in Chandigarh. A structured questionnaire with a 5-point Likert scale was used, and for data analysis, SPSS software was used to perform correlation and regression analysis. check reliability, Cronbach alpha test was conducted and all values were ranged between 0.8762 to 0.928. That is, all values were above the threshold limit, which indicates that high reliability and consistency of the questionnaire. The correlation analysis shows that all four recovery dimensions are positively correlated with brand loyalty. However, empathetic communication showed the strongest relationship with a correlation value of 0.782. The results were statistically significant at p-value less than 0.01.
Hello.
To test hypothesis, multiple regression analysis was conducted. The model was found statistically significant with R-square value of 0.691, indicating that 69% of the variance in brand loyalty is explained by all the independent variables which I have taken in my study. And empathetic communication emerged as the strongest predictor with the beta value of 0.294, followed by perceived fairness, response timeliness, and transparency. So the all hypotheses which I have taken were supported in my study. The findings indicate that Generation Z values emotional understanding the most. They prefer brands that respond quickly, fairly, and transparently. Empathy plays the most powerful role in converting service failure into loyalty, and this shows that emotional connection matters more than just speed. The study suggests that brands should use empathetic and human communication instead of robotic responses. And companies should respond quickly on the social media, and also to ensure fairness in compensation and resolution, that is solving the problems, and maintain transparency about what went wrong. And brands should treat public complaints as opportunities for brand handling rather than threats. To conclude, digital service recovery significantly impacts brand loyalty among Generation Z. Empathy is the most powerful factor. If brands handle complaints properly on social media, they can convert service failure into long-term loyalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiranjit, for that compelling presentation. Now, I would request Mr. Sahil Kapoor to present their paper.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Before we proceed, are there any questions?
I think the second Mr. Sahil Kapoor is presenting to see on the. So we will make a question after the second presentation.
Now I would request Mr. Sahil Kapoor to present their paper, Mandatory Mediation in Matrimonial Disputes, Bridging Judicial Encouragement and Legislative Gaps in India. Please, Mr. Sahil, share your screen.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir, share your screen, please.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, should I start, ma'am? Hello.
You are audible and visible, sir.
Okay.
You can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sahil Kapoor, and I am a practicing advocate based in Amritsar, Punjab. And I am a specialist lawyer in family matters. And I have completed my LLM in family law and advanced diploma in family dispute resolution, along with PhD in family therapy and counseling. And now pursuing my PhD. Today, I am here to present my research work on topic mandatory mediation in matrimonial disputes, bridging judicial encouragement and legislative gaps in India. So the purpose of my paper is basically to examine whether structured mandatory mediation can reduce hostility and protect child welfare and promote amicable settlement in the matrimonial disputes. So we all know that today there are rise of matrimonial litigations in our country, and the courts are burdened with that litigations. So for that thing in mind, legislation have passed an Act of Family Courts Act in 1984 to basically to have a speedy resolution in the family disputes and matrimonial disputes. So here I'm going to talk about today the mediation being mandatory is encouraged by judiciary, but our legal framework is not such that the mandatory part comes in. Okay, so my research objective is today is to examine mediation suitability in matrimonial disputes. So what mediation is? Mediation is basically a mediator, a neutral third person sits with two parties and then facilitate resolution to solve and resolve their disputes. So that is the mediation basically. So we have to find out mediation suitables matrimonial disputes or not. Second, analyzing Indian courts encouragement of mandatory mediation. Thirdly, evaluating existing legislative limitations. Fourthly, I am studying various jurisdictions where already mandatory mediation is there. Fifth, there are some cases where domestic violence and power imbalances are there. So what screening has to be done to put the parties to mediation. Sixth, a design which can help mandatory mediation to resolve the disputes. So my hypothesis is basically that mandatory mediation framework bridges the judicial encouragement towards mandatory mediation, and there is some lag between the legislation which needs to be taken care so that these disputes can be resolved easily. And my methodology in this paper is basically doctrinal and policy oriented. So I have studied statutory analysis. I have gone through case laws, comparative study of jurisdictions, and then policy evaluation. Why mediation works in family conflicts? So family conflicts are basically very complex in nature. So they need, the children are involved, the emotions are involved. So they need very specific guidelines to take care of the conflicts. Secondly, the mediation is basically help to reduce the emotional intensity. Thirdly, it focuses on future needs. So what financial stability a person can get a parenting rather than fault finding. So in matrimonial context, specifically matrimonial, compulsory attendance at initial mediation should be there. The mediation should be time bound so that delays should not happen, and that the mandatory to attend the mediation should be one, but exit can be without settlement also. So it is not mandatory to have a past mediation only. The mediation can fail, but parties to get to the mediation table so that they can resolve the dispute. So now I'm talking about the judicial trajectory. So our judiciary is basically have passed so many landmark judgments. Like I have mentioned 5 of them. So which talks about mediation in family disputes and matrimonial disputes are so good. It is a so good platform to resolve the dispute without going to the court. So it is a saying of Supreme Court only that courtrooms are not a battlefield for the couples to resolve their dispute or for the litigation. They should go to the mediation table first, resolve the matters so that they can come up with a amicable settlement for themselves and for the child. So key principle is to mediate, prevent escalation, protect children, prioritize dignity over punishment. Now we talk about what existing framework we have. So in section 89 of CPC, Code of Civil Procedure, it has been clearly mentioned that a judge if he sees that there is a possibility of settlement between the parties, then he can take the path of alternate dispute resolution, that is mediation, arbitration, or lok adalats. Even Family Courts Act, section 9, clearly says that it is the duty of the magistrate to basically send the dispute to the mediation table and try to resolve the matter before starting the litigation. Even Hindu Marriage Act, Special Marriage Act, Section 22, Section 23 talks about the same thing, that reconciliation should be done prior to start the litigation. Then recently in 2023, Mediation Act was passed. So this is the framework we already have, but there is no uniform family specific framework. Referral depends only on judges and infrastructure. So, and mediation even starts after the litigation begins. So that is the existing statutory. So in this slide, I'm trying to tell you that already there are jurisdictions where mandatory mediation is working. Like in Australia, their Family Law Act, Section 61, is basically going through the mediation first, then come to the court with the certificate of the mediator. In United Kingdom, there are screening sessions like called MIAM, Mediation Information and Assessment Meetings. So they are basically only to screen which dispute has to be go through the mediation or through the courts. Even in India itself, Section 12A of Commercial Court Act. So commercially, if the dispute is of more than 3 lakhs of rupees, the Section 12A mandate the mediation, that the parties has to go through the mediation. They will get the certificate from the mediator, then only they can file the dispute in the court. So why not in the family disputes, this can be attained. So consistent principle is basically participation is mandatory, but settlement is voluntary. Early intervention before escalation. So now, but before we move to the mandatory mediation, there are some critical safeguards we need to take care. That some cases in family disputes are of domestic violence. There are cases of dowry harassment. So those screening has to be done beforehand in the pre-litigation stage, in the sessions, that whether that dispute is allowed to go for mediation or not. And if there is any interim relief required, then the mandatory mediation can be excluded. So, but it should be time limited, 60 to 90 days period should be taken so that fast relief can be provided to the parties. So now I talk about the framework. So what proposed model, how can we go about it? So before the case comes to the court, it should go to the mediator, the pre-litigation session. Then if there is a settlement, then it's okay. If there is no settlement, then the case can move back to the court. So once before going to the court, mediator gives a certificate to the parties that they have attended the mediation, but there's nothing comes up. And fourth, petition effective without certificate or exemption. Okay. So now what peace building through this structured dialogue, what will happen? The child welfare will be done. Conflict reduction will be happen. Access to justice will be given in a faster resolution. So we have already seen in studies that 90% of resolution rate is there in deciding the family disputes through mediation only. And mediation aligns also with Article 21 dignity. Then my findings and conclusion through this paper is that there is a strong Supreme Court support for mandatory mediation, but statute remain discretionary. The gap is judiciary wisdom not translated into mandatory family specific framework. So way forward is not forced reconciliation, structured dialogue before adversarial escalation. So there should be amendment in the Family Courts Act so that mandatory mediation can be there. Parties could go to the mediation first before going to the litigation, and there can be an amendment to the Mediation Act. So while going through this study, I have gone through statutes which relates to this. There are many studies in India which has been done there. Mediation is very successful in family disputes, and there are key precedents of Supreme Court and High Courts that basically says that mandatory mediation can be done. So this is my perspective about the mediation. And if any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahil.
Yes.
I want to ask you, is your research work is beneficial for a school level?
Beneficial for ma'am, which?
School education.
School level. Yes, ma'am. Because, see, ultimately when family conflict comes, ultimately when family dispute comes up, children are involved in that. So children are basically more affected because of this dispute between husband and wife. So a brief education should be given to the children with the age with who can understand basically, so that whenever there is a dispute between their parents, so how they have to react at that time. Because if they are prepared for that problem, the emotional factor will be less. So they can even understand what they have to do, how they have to stop their parents while fighting, or whether they have to tell their elders, their grandparents to intervene between them so that they can stop that. So yes, your question is very right, that truly children, if they've taught about these things in school, definitely it will give them psychological edge over fighting this emotional trauma.
You say the value-based education is necessary for the school.
Yes, ma'am, very much. The moral education, value-based education is very important, because when they come up with through these problems, they can measure how they have to go about that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Said.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Sahil Kapoor.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request all the participants to kindly stick to the time limit. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Ms. Manjot Kaur, to present her paper, Timeless Wisdom for Transient Minds, Revisiting Tagore's Gitanjali through the lens of sustainable human values and its relevance for present and future generations. Ms. Manjot, kindly share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manjot Kaur, working as an assistant professor in Asian Group of Colleges. Today, I am presenting my paper on the title, Timeless Wisdom for the Transient Minds, Revisiting Tagore's Gitanjali through the lens of sustainable human values and its relevance for the present and future generations. Basically, this paper is about the relevance of Tagore's philosophical ideas across the generations, which he has explored in his masterpiece, Gitanjali. So, first of all, let's have a look on the introduction. As we all know that Rabindranath Tagore is one of the eminent Bengali Indian poet, writer, artist, as well as musician, and he was born on 7th May 1861 in Calcutta. So he was very famous for his masterpiece, Gitanjali. Here are the objectives of my study. The first one is to identify and analyze the core sustainable human values embedded in Gitanjali for the sustainable development of the coming generations. And the second one is to investigate how the technological advancements and the digital dependency put a transformative effect on the moral sensitivity and moral accountability. The third one is to investigate how the Gitanjali critiques the materialism and the extreme individualism in contrast to sustainability. The fourth is to examine the relevance of Tagore's value system, which is explored in Gitanjali to face the contemporary challenges of the environment degradation, social fragmentation, and the moral decline, as well as to identify the humanistic, social, moral, and ecological sustainable human values and their relevance across generations. So the hypothesis of the study is basically to find out that the sustainable human values which are explored by Tagore in Gitanjali are still relevant for the present and future generations. There are sub-hypotheses like the values of social harmony, equality, which are explored in Gitanjali are still relevant to flourish just and equal society. Apart from that, expansion of artificial intelligence and the advanced technology eradicates the difference between the life and the death cycle. Over the calm acceptance of the death explored by Tagore in Gitanjali, along with it, the overconsumption of the resources and adopting luxury lifestyle by the modern generation, which leads the humanity towards decay and the wastage of resources. So this is the hypothesis of the study. Next, here is the research methodology. This paper adopts the textual descriptive analysis of the text of Gitanjali as a research methodology to collect data. Apart from that, a different kind of secondary sources are used for data collection, such as scholarly articles, online blogs, survey reports, and related books. So here it is the concept of sustainable human values in Gitanjali. Basically, the term sustainable refers to the long-term use of the things without any depletion, taking into consideration the welfare of future generations. So these are the values which are explored by Tagore in his work Gitanjali. Social harmony and equality, simplicity and simplicity over artificiality. So these are the sustainable values which he has explored in his work. So the social sustainable human values such as the social equality, social justice, and social responsibility are highly recommended in the present time to establish just and equal society. Apart from that, these ecological sustainable values such as ecological harmony, environment-friendly practices, and adoption of the life mission, these values are highly relevant for the present and for the coming generations. Humanistic sustainable values are also explored by Tagore in the Gitanjali, which are relevant for the coming generations. So the findings of the study is to analysis of the selected points of Gitanjali reveals that the recurring themes of encouraging social harmony, humility, devotedness, and ecological balance. So these sustainable values are crucial to tackle the contemporary challenges of injustice, imbalance, and environment degradation. So the main hypothesis is supported by the analysis. Apart from that, to eradicate the disparity and the divide between the rich and poor. This is also important. Apart from that, Tagore reflects the calm acceptance of the death and devotedness before divine in comparison to eradicate the difference between the life and death, to overcome from the usage of artificial intelligence to address these kind of the contemporary issues. Still there is a need of Tagore's sustainable human values. So there are the suggestions of the study. adoption of the sustainable practices to avoid the overconsumption of resources and environment to preserve the resources for the future generation. Apart from that, contributing individually in the social equality and justice to establish balanced and equal society for the coming generations, and avoiding the over-dependency on the AI tools or the artificial intelligence to flourish data security and the privacy for the well-being of the sustainable society, and embracing patience, calmness, universal brotherhood and harmony instead of inequality and imbalance to cultivate sustainable human values, to create the ecological balance by adopting simple lifestyle and avoiding overconsumption. So in conclusion, we can say that the Tagore's philosophical ideas are highly relevant not only for the present, but for the future generations also. Thank you.
Any question from the audience? I think this was very informative research paper, and Manjot has explained all things very well. Thank you, Manjot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manjot, for this compelling presentation. Moving on to our next presenter, I would like to call Mr. Amarjit Singh to present his paper, Effects of Jogging Training on Polysomnographic Parameters in Adult Males. Mr. Amarjit Singh and Dr. Harneet Singh Sodhi and Mr. Mehul Puri. Kindly share your screen, sir.
Respected chairperson. First, I will request all the participants and those participants who are online, just stand up first, on your seats. And raise your hands, because I think it is a very long session from first session to up till now, that you are very lazy and taking lunch. After that, I want you to participate in this presentation tentatively. Thank you. So my topic is effect of yoga training program on polymorphography in adults. It's moving. This study is mainly focusing on the yoga asanas, pranayams, and naturopathy techniques regarding the sleeping patterns. We all know the sleeping patterns, the sleeping cycles. It is very important in our lifestyle. You see in the slide, the sleeping cycle, we have 3 phases, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And all of that, one more important aspect in this sleeping cycle is rapid eye movements. When we go to the bed, always taking some dream about or thinking about new things, and our eyes will rotate while we close our eyes. So this study is focusing on the impact of yoga related to polymorphography, which is a measuring tool to test the sleeping parameters among athletes. So these pictures in sleeping studies, we evaluate the brain waves, oxygen level, blood circulation, the heart rate, So this is my statement: impact of yoga training on polymorphography variables among male adults. If I am taking the objective, I have taken the 4 major parameters: time in bed, total sleeping time, sleeping efficiency, rapid eye movement latency, then rapid eye movements. Hypothesis, I have taken the null hypothesis. All researchers and the investigators take alternative hypothesis, but I'm not taking my advice, and on the basis of literature, I have taken null hypothesis because I want to see actual results, whether my yoga training impact pattern or not. So these are the non-significant hypotheses I have taken. The delimitation of the study, I have taken 10 parameters of sleeping patterns, that is time in bed, total sleeping time, rapid eye movement latency, rapid eye movement. 23 and 25 years of students have participated in this study. I have taken 30 male from Punjab University in this study. The delimitations, lot of funding is required in this study because it is very expensive tool. Only the Department of Punjab University, the Department of Physical Education and Sports, providing us this facility to take. He has taken this equipment from the UGC project, the polymorphography tool. Significance of this study, I have taken this study to test the athletes and normal people and see their sleeping qualities. This is the independent variable. I have taken the yoga training protocol in which we taken the asanas, pranayams, and naturopathy equipment. Dependent variables, I have already tell you: time in bed, total sleeping time, rapid eye movement, and rapid eye movement latency. This is the research reviews, and I have taken these samples. From this graph, you may see the study background. Targeted population I have taken from the Punjab University, the physical department leads. Selection of subjects, randomly they are assigned into 2 groups. One is called experimental group and second is called control group. First, they will assess on the pre-test variables. We have taken the pre-test. After that, we implement our yoga training protocol. After that, the post-training, post data will be taken. This is the sum of the pictures. My student Amarjeet has gone through this data collection process. He is the main investigator in this research. I am just quoting him. This is some pictures of Amarjeet to take the data in the 2 phases, pre-data and post-data. These are some tools I have taken: polymorphography variables, time in bed, total sleep time, sleeping efficiency, sleep onset latency. These are different type of terminologies. We can measure the sleeping patterns. Research design. This is an experimental research design in which we take a control group, pre-test, post-test control group design. First group is a experimental group in which we have tested the yoga training protocol. This is the training protocol. Statistical tools. We have taken the parametric statistical tools in which we taken, because we have tested our data first, whether our data is normal or not. On the basis of normal data, we have taken the pre-test, paired t-test by using the SPSS 26 variation. This is the results. I'm not taking much time on the research, these results and finding. I'm just going on the conclusion. While we take as a conclusion of this study, क्या इफेक्ट आया, कौन से बच्चे बहुत अच्छे थे, तो अगर स्ट्रेटेजिकल पार्ट के ऊपर मैं देखूं तो सबसे पहले मेरे को सब इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट देखना है क्योंकि टोटल टाइम इन बेड और टोटल स्लीपिंग टाइम में डिफरेंस क्या होता है सबसे पहले, क्योंकि ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है। जब हम बेड के ऊपर लेट जाते हैं, लाइट्स बंद कर देते हैं और उठ जाते हैं एंड में, तो वो सारे प्रोसीजर को हम काउंट करते हैं टोटल टाइम इन बेड। और जब हम 3 स्लीपिंग पैटर्न में 3 स्टेजेस में सोते हैं, दैट टाइम कंक्लूड एज ए टोटल स्लीपिंग टाइम। In that time, we phrase the तीन stages हैं, stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3। सबसे ज्यादा important कोई बता सकेगा लेमैन की तरफ से, ये स्लीपिंग सबसे बेटर कहाँ हो? हाँ जी, गलत भी होगा तो क्या हो जाएगा? Yes, that is very important। जो तीसरा हमारा स्लीपिंग पैटर्न है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज अभी टाइम लगता है स्लीपिंग में। ये नहीं है बेड पे जाते सीधा नींद ही आ जाती है। वी आर टेकिंग द ड्रीम्स आउट। हमें कभी आना होता है, ऑफिस के लिए आता है, सैटरडे होता है तो हमें ये होता है मंडे को हमें कॉलेज जाना है, यूनिवर्सिटी जाना है, तो संडे आता है तो 3 बजे के बाद हम सारे टेंटेटिव हो जाते हैं, भाई सो जाओ, सुबह जाना है। तो बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स ऐसे स्लीपिंग पैटर्न में। So I have taken these patterns because in sports, a student required recovery। अगर वो रिकवर नहीं करेगा अपनी ट्रेनिंग से तो नेक्स्ट डे फील्ड पे नहीं जा सकता। तो दिस स्टडी इज वेरी रेलिवेंट and very important in the field of physical education, also to the laymen। जो जनरल पब्लिक है उनके लिए बहुत जरूरत है। जैसे हम लोग एम्प्लॉयज हैं डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन में या गवर्नमेंट जॉब में हैं, तो वो सभी को रिक्वायर है स्लीपिंग पैटर्न के ऊपर काम करने, ताकि हमारी स्लीपिंग अच्छी होगी, वही हमारा वर्क अच्छा होगा। अगर हम सोए नहीं है और सुबह आके क्लास में जाना है तो हाथ मार के भी नहीं चल सकता। It is very difficult, or this is a very relevant topic। I think all the investigators and the researchers must take note on that। Thank you very much। These are the some recommends. You can do the study further if the funding is allowed। Thank you so much।
The session is open for the question answers. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Harneet. It was really a very wonderful study, but due to lack of time, we have we have not go in the detail of this. There are a lot of questions, but we will put on the next session when out of conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you।
Thank you, Dr. Harneet Singh. Moving on to our next presentation, I would like to call Mr. Jonah and Alechino Ame for their presentation on paper Influence of Principals, Communication Behavior on Teachers, Attitude to Work in Senior Secondary School in Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Nigeria। Mr. Yuna, are you there? Rajni ma'am. Serial number 68. Are you there, Mr. Yuna? Let's move to the next presentation. I think Mr. Yuna is not present in, or not attending the meeting. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Amodu Jacob Shebu
Thank you very
and
much.
Ebensbe Mary Ori to present their paper Teachers' Roles for Effective Implementation of Quality Education for Improving Educational Standards in Secondary Schools in Kano State, Nigeria।
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible, please?
Can you share your screen?
Yes, you're audible.
Dr. Jacob?
Okay. Please, I want to share my screen. Is my screen audible? Is my screen visible?
Visible, sir. You can
Very
continue.
visible. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ahmad Jacob Shaibu, and this paper we're presenting it together with Dr. Mary Ayengbe. And the topic of our discussion this morning, or this topic we are considering this morning, is teachers' roles for effective implementation of quality educations for improving educational standard in secondary school in Kano State. Now, when you look at teachers play a significant role in the implementation of education. For us to be able to have a quality educations, teachers has a significant aspect that they play, and that is what they point out to researchers that wants to look at issues or their rules or their impact on the educational system. As a result of that, three objectives were formulated to guide the research. Number one, to identify the role of teachers in the implementation of quality education in secondary school in Kano State. Number two, to assess the impact of quality education on educational standard in secondary school in Kano State. And number three, to exploit the strategies for enhancing teachers' effectiveness in the implementation of quality education, SDG 4. Now, as a result of that, those objectives were transformed into research questions, which read number one, what are the roles of teachers in implementations of quality education in secondary school in Kano State? What are the impact of quality education on educational standard in Kano State? And what are the strategies to be employed to improve teachers' effectiveness in implementations of quality education in the study area? Now, we are talking about the method. The method that we adopt descriptive survey, and the participant, we have about 17,563 populations from public secondary school, and 20 schools were selected for the studies. And out of these 20 schools, 300 teachers were selected using purposeful sampling techniques. The instrument for data collections is researchers made questionnaires, which is titled Teachers' Role for Effective Implementation of Quality Education. And the questionnaire were validated by experts in the field of curriculum studies and from test and measurement. And also subjected to reliability coefficient of 0.85. Instrument is consistent. And also data were collected and were analyzed using mean and finding of the result. And it was discovered that from the finding that teachers play a major role. They serve as a model. They serve as a model to the students that will enable them to be able to achieve a greater ahead for standard education. And not only that, we also find out that the teachers also prepare and prepare the learner in order to make them to be effective and to become a problem solver. And what are the impact also will also find out that the learner, the teachers serve as a mediator. They serve as a person that allow the students to be able to receive quality education without the teachers. You see that there will be a vacuum for that. And what are the strategies that were discovered for the effective implementations or for effective implementation of quality education? It was discovered from the study that effective learning can only take place with a good strategies, with instructional materials, use of effective materials, effective method, use of interactive, use of technology, so that they will be able to achieve, to improve the quality educations there are. Well, now, in conclusion, in this regard, teachers present the can I say a blueprint. Is an individual that will have to do and make the people to achieve make the students to achieve a great for quality education. So with this, we make a recommendations. And what are the recommendations that we made? One, teachers needs to be continuous uphold their knowledge to ensure quality education. Teachers should adopt appropriate teaching strategies that will sustain all the learner. And not only that, government and educational sector should motivate teachers that will be able to implement the quality education for sustainable development in the societies, and which will bring development to not only to this also to the society and to the nation at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amir and Madam Mary. for such a inside information about the teacher's role in the implementation of quality education. You are doing very well in your country. Thank you so much.
Any questions by the participants? All the participants are requested to kindly fill out the feedback form shared in the chat box. Moving on to our next presentation, I would like to call Ms. Rajni to present her paper, MSMEs and Sustainable Development. You may start, Ms. Rajni.
Good afternoon to all of you. I, Rajni, Assistant Professor in Department of Business Study in Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Today, I present my research paper on the topic of MSME and sustainable development.
I think Ms. Rajni is taking some time. All the participants are requested to kindly fill out the feedback form, which I have sent in the chat box.
Good afternoon to all of you. Today I am presenting my research paper on the topic of MSME and sustainable development. Micro, small and medium enterprise MSME are recognized as a backbone of the global and Indian economy, playing an important role in sustainable development by balancing economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. With over 63 million units in India, they contribute roughly 30% to GDP and over 45% to manufacturing output. Recently, MSME classified on the base of both investment and turnover. Micro enterprise are those enterprises whose investment up to 1 crore and turnover up to 5 crore. And small enterprises are those whose turnover up to 1 to 10 crore and the investment up to 1 to 10 crore and turnover 5 to 50 crore. Medium enterprises are those enterprises whose investment up to 50 crore and turnover to 50 crore. Now, key aspect of MSME and sustainable development, it covers both manufacturing and service providing enterprise. All these things done through Udyam portal, which provide online, free and paperless work. It includes government subsidies, collateral-free loan, tax benefit, and easy credit. These enterprises are essential for economic growth, providing widespread employment and supporting large industries. As on September 2025, they cover over 6.82 crore registration MSME in India. The four pillars of sustainability are agriculture, economic, and social and cultural governance, representing the interconnecting area needed long-term well-being, balancing resource protection, prosperity, equity, community, and value system for truly sustainable future. MSME and growth. MSME contribute 30.1% to Indian gross value added in financial year 2022 to 23. Projection indicator this share could rise to 35% by 2025 with a target to power nearly 50% of GDP by 2030. This sector account for approximate 35.4 to 45% of manufacturing output. MSME play a crucial role in international trade with MSME-related product accounting for over 45% of total Indian export in financial year 24, rising to 45.79% by May 2024. It is second largest employment generator after agriculture. The MSME sector employ over 130 to 120 million people, providing major boost to non-farm employment in rural and urban area. Following the pandemic, the sector showing a strong rebound in financial year 23, with its GVA shares increasing from 27.3% to 30.01%. Growth drivers and government initiative. Udyam registration, a simplified and digital process as of November 2025 has registered over 7.16 million MSME, improving formalization. Initiative like financing support, rising acceleration, MSME performance program, and the self-reliant Indian fund are designed to boost liquidity and credit access. Policy support, the Union Budget 2026 to 27 propose a three-pronged approach: equity support, liquidity enhancement, professional capability building to help MSME scale. Digitalization, the integration of platforms like trade receivable discounting system and the open network for digital commercial is boosting efficiency and access. Challenges, why this sector is crucial drivers of growth. Its face challenges include a limited access to formal credit, high completion cost for smaller unit, and the need for greater technological adoption. This sector is, however, expected to play a central role in achieving Viksit Bharat 2047 by increasing its share in export beyond 60% and generating more quality jobs. Conclusion. First, MSME are key driver of economic growth, employment generation. They promote inclusion development by supporting women, youth, and rural communities. Second, MSME contribute to poverty reduction, balancing religion development. Next, adoption of green technology helps reduce environmental impact. With sport aligned to United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, MSME can stand sustainable practice. Challenges like limited finance and technology must be addressed to enhance their sustainability role. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rajni. Any question from audience?
Thank you, Ms. Rajni. Any question by the audience?
Thank you.
Let's move on to our next presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Mandeep Kaur to present her paper, Role of Social Justice in Improving Services in Education Sector and Health Sector, a survey study. I would request Ms. Mandeep to kindly share her screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mandeep Kaur, working as a working assistant professor, Asian Group of College. Today, I am going to present my paper titled Role of Social Justice is Improving Service in Education Sector and Health Sector. Firstly, introduction. ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਲੋਕਤਾਂਤਰਿਕ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੀ ਬੁਨਿਆਦੀ ਧਾਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਲਈ ਬਰਾਬਰੀ, ਇਨਸਾਫ ਤੇ ਸਹੀ ਮੌਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨਿਕ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਅਤੇ ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਯੋਜਨਾਵਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਿਹਤ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਲਈ ਕਾਫੀ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਖੇਤਰ ਹਨ, ਪਰ ਗਰੀਬੀ, ਜਾਤੀ ਭੇਦਭਾਵ, ਆਰਥਿਕ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰੀ ਕਾਰਨ ਲੋਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਲਾਭ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਅਸਮਾਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਘਟਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਹਨ। Concept of social justice, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਭੇਦਭਾਵ ਦੇ ਸਮਾਨ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਅਤੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਮਿਲਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹਨ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਉਦੇਸ਼ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਰਾਬਰ, ਸਿਹਤ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਬਰਾਬਰੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ, ਗਰੀਬੀ ਅਤੇ ਅਸਮਾਨਤਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰੀ, ਵਰਗ ਦੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਰੋਤ ਅਤੇ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਆਂਪੂਰਨ ਵੰਡ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਇਨ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੈਕਟਰ, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ SC, OBC ਵਰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਚ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ। ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਅਤੇ ਆਰਥਿਕ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਗਰੀਬ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਮਿਲੇ ਹਨ। ਰਾਈਟ ਟੂ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਕਟ ਨੇ 14 ਸਾਲ ਤੱਕ ਦੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਮੁਫਤ ਅਤੇ ਲਾਜ਼ਮੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨੂੰ ਯਕੀਨੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਮਿਡ ਡੇ ਮੀਲ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਨਾਲ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਾਖਲੇ ਵਧੇ ਹਨ ਅਤੇ ਛੱਡਣ ਦੀ ਦਰ ਘਟੀ ਹੈ। ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਮੌਕਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਾਧਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਲ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰੀ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਰਥਿਕ ਪੱਖੋਂ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਹੋ ਸਕਣ। ਨਵੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨੀਤੀ NEP 2020, ਇਹ ਨੀਤੀ ਮਾਤ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇਣ ਅਤੇ ਕਿੱਤਾ ਮੁਖੀ ਕੋਰਸਾਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਕਾਫੀ ਲਾਭਵੰਦ ਸਾਬਿਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਵਜ਼ੀਫੇ ਤੇ ਵਿੱਤੀ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ, ਪਛੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼੍ਰੇਣੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਲਈ ਪੋਸਟ ਮੈਟ੍ਰਿਕ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੇਰੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਚੇਰੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਯਕੀਨੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਇਨ ਹੈਲਥ ਸੈਕਟਰ, ਸਿਹਤ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਬਦਲਾਅ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ। ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਹਸਪਤਾਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰੀਬ ਵਰਗ ਲਈ ਘੱਟ ਖਰਚ ਤੇ ਇਲਾਜ ਉਪਲਬਧ ਹਨ। ਆਯੁਸ਼ਮਾਨ ਭਾਰਤ ਵਰਗੀਆਂ ਯੋਜਨਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਹਤ ਬੀਮਾ ਸੁਰੱਖਿਆ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਟੀਕਾਕਰਨ ਮੁਹਿੰਮਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਾਤ ਬੱਚਾ ਸਿਹਤ ਕਾਰਜਕ੍ਰਮ ਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿਹਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। Objective of the study, ਇਸ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਦੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਉਦੇਸ਼ ਹਨ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਧਾਰਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣਾ, ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਭੂਮਿਕਾ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਲੇਸ਼ਣ ਕਰਨਾ, ਸਿਹਤ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਨਾ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਏ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣਾ। ਰਿਸਰਚ ਮੈਥੋਲੋਜੀ, ਇਹ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਸਰਵ-ਵਿਧੀ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਹੈ। ਡਾਟਾ ਗੂਗਲ ਫਾਰਮ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ। ਮੈਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਫਾਰਮ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ, ਤਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਵਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਆਰਥਿਕ ਪੱਖੋਂ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਹੋ ਸਕਣ ਅਤੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਣ। ਫਾਈਂਡਿੰਗ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਸਟੱਡੀ, ਅਧਿਕਤਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਵਧੀ ਹੈ। ਰਿਜ਼ਰਵੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਤੇ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਕਮਜ਼ੋਰ ਵਰਗਾਂ ਲਈ ਲਾਭਦਾਇਕ ਸਿੱਧ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਕਈ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿਹਤ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਹਨ। ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਨੇ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਖੇਤਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੇਵਾ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਅਸਮਾਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਘਟਾਉਣ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਭੂਮਿਕਾ ਨਿਭਾਈ ਹੈ। ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਦੇ ਨਤੀਜੇ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਖੇਤਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਕਾਰਾਤਮਕ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਰ ਸਮਾਵੇਸ਼ੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ। ਸਿਹਤ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਯੋਗ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਹਨ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਚੁਣੌਤੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਿਕ ਠੀਕ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਯੋਜਨਾਵਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਘੱਟ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ, ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਅੰਤਰ ਹੈ, ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਮੀ ਹੈ। ਕਨਕਲੂਜਨ ਅੰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਨਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸਿਹਤ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਹੋਏ ਹਨ, ਪਰੰਤੂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ। ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਸੀ ਭੇਦਭਾਵ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਕਜੁੱਟ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਆਰਥਿਕ ਪੱਖੋਂ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਵੀ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ। ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਯੋਜਨਾਵਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਗਰੂਕਤਾ ਦੇਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਲਿਖੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਸਰਵੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹਨ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਹਤ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ। ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ ਸਰਵੇ ਕਿਆ
Thank you, Ms. Mandeep Kaur. Really very insightful presentation. Next, moving on to our next presenter, I would like to call Ms. Riya Thakur to present her paper, Teaching Zoology Without Dissection, a study of 3D virtual tools for students.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Riya Thakur, Assistant Professor of Zoology at Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Today, I'm going to present my research paper titled Teaching Zoology Without Dissection, a study of 3D virtual tools for students. Zoology is a subject where students learn about animal structure and function. For many years, physical dissection has been an important method for studying animal anatomy. Through dissection, students can directly see internal organs and understand how body parts are arranged. It also helps students develop laboratory skills and practical confidence. Because of this, dissection has always been considered an important part of zoology education. Now let us look at some challenges with physical dissection. Even though dissection is useful, it also has some problems. One major issue is ethical concern about using animals for learning. Some students feel uncomfortable with the idea of harming the animals. There are also practical problems like cost of specimens and chemical preservatives. Waste disposal from preserved specimens can also affect the environment. Another important issue is student discomfort. Some students feel uneasy because of the smell of preservatives or handling specimens. All these factors can reduce student interest in practical learning. Now coming to role of technology in education. Education is changing with technology. Today's students are comfortable with digital tools and interactive learning methods. Three-dimensional virtual simulations allow students to explore anatomy in a different way. Students can rotate structures, zoom in, and repeat steps if they make mistakes. This makes learning easier and less stressful. Virtual tools also reduce ethical concerns because no animals are used. Because of these advantages, technology is becoming an important part of zoological education. Research gap. Many studies talk about the importance of physical dissection. Other studies focus on virtual simulation tools. But fewer studies compare both methods together in zoological education. There is also limited research on how students feel about comfort, ethics, and learning effectiveness. Students' perception is an important factor in modern technology. So this study tries to understand students' perception of both physical dissection and virtual tools. Based on this research gap, the following objectives were developed for the study. First, to understand students' perception of physical dissection. Second, to examine students' perception of 3D virtual tools. Third, to compare students' preferences between both methods. The study also aimed to understand ethical concerns, comfort levels, and confidence related to dissection. To achieve these objectives, the following methodology was used. Data were collected using a Google form questionnaire. The link was shared digitally with students. Participation was voluntary, and the responses were collected online and analyzed using percentages. A total of 82 students participated in the survey, and their identities were kept confidential. Next, I will present the results of the study. The results show that many students had limited exposure to physical dissection. Almost half of the students had never participated in dissection. Some had only seen dissection through videos. Only a small number of students had actually performed or witnessed dissection. This shows that traditional dissection exposure is decreasing. Now let us look at students' ethical values and comfort level regarding dissection. Most students believed that animal dissection is not ethical. Many students also reported discomfort during specimen handling, especially due to odor and visual experience. A large number of students said they do not like to perform dissection if given the opportunity. This shows that emotional and ethical concerns are important factors. Next, we will see students' learning preferences. Most students prefer 3D visual simulation tools for learning anatomy. Students said that the ability to restart steps reduces fear of making mistakes. Many students also supported adding virtual tools to the zoology curriculum. This shows that students are open to technology-based learning. So based on these findings, we can now discuss what the results mean. The findings show that the students are becoming more comfortable with digital learning. Technology is changing traditional learning methods. Virtual simulations make learning easier and reduce discomfort. At the same time, physical dissection is still important for practical experience and skill development. Both methods have their own advantages. So instead of replacing dissection completely, virtual tools can be used along with it. This can create a better learning experience for students. Finally, I would like to conclude the study. In conclusion, the study shows that both physical dissection and 3D virtual tools are useful in zoology education. Each method supports learning in a different way. Physical dissection helps in developing hands-on skills and confidence, Virtual simulations improve visualization and comfort during learning. They reduce ethical concerns. A combination of both methods may be the best approach for teaching zoology. Even though the sample size was small, the study gives useful insight into the changing student preference. Future research with more participants can help understand this topic better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ria. Any questions?
She explained all very well.
I would like to call Ms. Jasprit Kaur to present her paper, Socio-Demographic and Pedagogical Influences on Student Perception of Mathematics.
Respected Principal Ma'am, faculty members, and dear participants, very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Jasprit Kaur, Assistant Professor of Mathematics at Asian Group of Colleges, Patiala. Today, I am presenting my paper on title Socio-Demographic and Pedagogical Influences on Students' Perception of Mathematics. Mathematics is one of the most important subjects in education. Yet, many students struggle with fear, anxiety, and lack of confidence in learning it. This study attempts to understand the reason behind students' perception of mathematics by examining both social background factors and teaching approaches. To begin with introduction, mathematics is a branch of science that deals with logical reasoning, numerical understanding, and problem-solving skills. It is often called the universal language, as it plays an essential role in science, technology, and daily life. Mathematics is also a core subject in school education and is strongly connected with academic and professional success. However, despite its importance, many students develop fear and anxiety toward mathematics, which negatively affect their learning and performance. Students' learning experiences are influenced not only by their abilities, but also by their personal, social, and educational environment. Factors such as family background, gender expectations, locality, and access to resources can shape students' confidence levels. Another important factor is the teaching approach used in classrooms. Teaching method can either motivate students or increase their fear of mathematics. Therefore, understanding students' perception toward mathematics requires studying both socio-demographic influences and pedagogical practices together. After understanding the importance of mathematics, let us look at research gap identified in this study. While reviewing the literature, it was observed that most existing studies focus only on one influencing factor at a time, such as gender differences or teaching strategies. Very few studies combine social background variables and pedagogical influences in a single research framework. Another important limitation is that national level studies often overlook regional classroom realities, which may vary significantly depending on local conditions. In particular, Patiala district lacked focused research examining how socio-demographic and teaching factor together influence students' perception of mathematics. This study attempts to bridge that regional research gap by providing localized evidence. Based on this research gap, the need for this study becomes more clear. The need for this study arises from several educational concerns. First, poor perception leads to fear of mathematics, which directly affects students' academic performance. Social background and environment can influence students' confidence levels, especially in subjects perceived as difficult. Teaching method play major role in shaping students' interest and understanding. By identifying these influencing factors, educators can design better teaching strategies and create more supportive learning environment. Keeping these concerns in mind, the following objectives were framed: to examine students' perception toward mathematics, to study the role of age and gender in mathematics perception, to analyze the effect of family background, to compare rural and urban students, to evaluate the impact of teaching method on students' perception. Research methodology. This research is survey-based study. Data were collected using questionnaire designed to understand students' experiences, confidence levels, and perceptions regarding mathematics learning. The survey was conducted online using Google Forms, which made data collection convenient and accessible. The sampling technique used was convenience sampling. For analysis, percentages, bar graph, and pie charts were used. Now, I would like to describe the sample of study. The study included 100 respondents. Students were selected from schools and colleges of Patiala district. Both male and female students participated in the survey. The sample included students from both rural and urban backgrounds, allowing comparison between different learning environments. Now, next, I will present the finding of the study. The finding of the study revealed that most respondents belong to 19 to 25 age group, indicating that young learners actively engage with supplementary learning tools. Gender analysis showed that mathematical ability is generally equal among male and female students. Urban students demonstrated higher confidence, possibly due to better access to coaching institutes and academic support. At the same time, rural students showed strong adaptability despite limited resources. Interestingly, about 75% of rural female students aged 19 to 25 reported using online learning tools to improve their mathematical skills. Another important finding was related to family background. The data indicated that parental education and family background had minimal direct impact on mathematics performance. Instead, teaching methodology emerged as the strongest influencing factor. Students reported that they prefer interactive teaching, real-life examples, supportive feedback, step-by-step explanations. So based on the findings, we can now move to discussion. The findings suggest that students' perception toward mathematics is shaped by multiple interconnected factors. Socio-demographic variables such as locality and social expectation influence students' confidence levels. Teaching styles strongly affect understanding, motivation, and classroom engagement. Finally, I would like to conclude the study. In conclusion, student perception toward mathematics is influenced by both socio-demographic and pedagogical factors. Family background and parent education play a supporting role, but they are not the primary determinants of mathematics performance. The strongest influence comes from teaching method and classroom environment. Interactive, activity-based, and student-centered teaching approaches improve interest, confidence, and understanding. When a student develops a positive perception toward mathematics, it leads to a better learning outcome and reduce anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jasprit. Any questions? Moving to our last present for the today's technical session, I would like to call Dr. Major Singh to present his paper, History, Memory and Social Transformation.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Major Singh, Assistant Professor, Religious Study from Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Today my topic is History, Memory and Social Transformation. ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਕੌਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿੰਦ ਜਾਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸ਼ਾਨਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਚੇਤਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਦੀਵੀ ਭਾਗ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਉਸ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਪੈਰੋਕਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਫਰਜ਼। ਸਿੱਖ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦਾ ਆਰੰਭ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਆਗਮਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸਮਾਜ ਸੁਧਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਕ੍ਰਾਂਤੀ ਦਾ ਆਰੰਭ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੰਨ 1398 ਵਿੱਚ ਤੈਮੂਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਹਮਲੇ ਨਾਲ ਉੱਤਰੀ ਭਾਰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਗਠਿਤ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਖਾਤਮਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਸਥਾਨਕ ਹਾਕਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਸੁਲਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਈਨ ਮੰਨਣੀ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਤੇ ਆਪ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਉਪਰੰਤ ਰਾਜੇ ਅਤੇ ਸੂਬੇਦਾਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਤ ਝਗੜਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਲੱਗਾ। ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਤੋੜਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਅਨਸਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਰ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਅਤੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਹਾਕਮ ਜਮਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਧੇਰੇ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਸੀ ਨੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਖੇਤਰ ਸੋੜਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਖਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਖਾਲੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਅਮੀਰ ਵਪਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੁੱਟਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਗੈਰ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਟੈਕਸ ਲਾਏ ਗਏ। ਇਨਸਾਫ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਦੂਰ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ, ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਕਾਫਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਤਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਣ ਲੱਗਾ। ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਸਥਾਨ ਢਾਹੇ ਜਾਣ ਲੱਗੇ। ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਹਿੰਦੂਆਂ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਸਹਿਣਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਅਤੇ ਧੀਰਜ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਤਾਵਰਣ ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਅਤੇ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਲਈ ਜਿਸ ਦਇਆਮਈ ਸੂਝ-ਬੂਝ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਸਭ ਅਜਾਈ ਗਿਆ। ਰਾਜਸੀ ਗੜਬੜ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਰਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਵਾਜਾਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਸਰ ਹੋਇਆ। ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਕਾਫਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਲੀਆ ਮੇਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੱਕ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਸੀ, ਬਾਕੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਲਈ ਸੁਨਨਤ ਕਰਵਾਉਣੀ, ਕੁਰਾਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਗੋਸ਼ਤ ਖਾਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਪਰਹੇਜ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ। ਰਮਜ਼ਾਨ ਦੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਰੋਜ਼ੇ ਰੱਖਣੇ ਸਨ। ਬਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਛੇ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਬਣ ਗਏ। ਹਿੰਦੂ ਦੇਵੀ ਦੇਵਤਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੂਰਤੀਆਂ ਪੂਜਦੇ, ਪਾਪਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋਣ ਲਈ ਤੀਰਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ, ਤਿਲਕ ਜੰਜੂ ਤੇ ਜੰਜੂ ਪਹਿਨਦੇ, ਸ਼ਾਕਾਹਾਰੀ ਭੋਜਨ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਅਤੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਨਿਰਧਾਰਿਤ ਚੌਂਕਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਸੋਈ ਕਰਦੇ। ਜਾਤ ਪਾਤ ਦਾ ਚੱਕਰ ਮੁੜ ਚੱਲ ਪਿਆ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸਰਮ ਧਰਮ ਦੋਏ ਛੱਪ ਖਲੋਏ, ਕੂੜ ਫਿਰੈ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਵੇ ਲਾਲੋ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਆਗਮਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਇੱਕ ਕ੍ਰਾਂਤੀਕਾਰੀ ਅਧਿਆਤਮਕ ਲਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਭਰਿਆ, ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਡੂੰਘੀ ਵੰਡ ਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਵਿਆਪੀ ਪਿਆਰ, ਸਖਤ ਕੱਟੜਪੰਥੀ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਬਰਾਬਰੀ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਦਲੇਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਤੀ ਭੇਦਭਾਵ, ਮੂਰਤੀ ਪੂਜਾ ਅਤੇ ਖਾਲੀ ਰੀਤੀ ਰਿਵਾਜਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੋ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਅਤੇ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਦੋਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਹਾਵੀ ਸਨ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ, ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਸ਼ੁਭ ਅਮਲਾ ਬਾਝੋਂ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਰੋਈ। ਭਾਵ ਚੰਗੇ ਕਰਮਾਂ, ਸੇਵਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਅਤੇ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਪਹਿਰਾਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਰੀਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਰੋਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਅਤੇ ਝੂਠ, ਚੋਰੀ ਅਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸਘਾਤ, ਝੂਠੇ ਰੀਤੀ ਰਿਵਾਜਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਠੱਲ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਸੌਖਾ ਕਾਰਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਜੋ ਪਿਆਰ, ਇਤਫਾਕ, ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰੋ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ, ਵੰਡ ਛਕੋ ਦਾ ਬੂਟਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਆ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੱਦੀ ਦੇ ਅਗਲੇ 9 ਉੱਤਰਾਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥੀਂ ਸਿੰਜਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਮਾਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੈਤਿਕਤਾ ਅਤੇ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਕ ਜੀਵਨ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਨਵਾਂ ਆਕਾਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਹਾਦਤ ਨੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨਵਾਂ ਮੋੜ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਸ਼ਹਾਦਤ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਘੱਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਸਤਰਧਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗੱਦੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠਣਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਹਾਦਤ ਨੇ ਮੀਰੀ ਪੀਰੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਨੂੰ ਜਨਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਗਲ ਰਾਜ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਹਿਲਾਉਣ ਅਤੇ ਤਰਥੱਲੀ ਮਚਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਅਕਾਲ ਤਖਤ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਉਸਾਰੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਰਵਾਈ ਗਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੁਗਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਖਤ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਮਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਸਨ। ਅਕਾਲ ਤਖਤ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਦੇ ਤਖਤ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਉੱਚਾ ਬਣਵਾਇਆ। ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਰਹਿਤ ਭਾਵ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦਾ ਤਖਤ ਐਲਾਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਅਕਾਲ ਤਖਤ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਵ ਉੱਚ ਤਖਤ ਦਾ ਦਰਜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਤੋਂ ਭੈ ਖਾਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਨ ਫੂਕੀ ਗਈ, ਘੋੜੇ ਰੱਖੇ ਗਏ, ਸ਼ਸਤਰਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗਾ। ਅਕਾਲ ਫੌਜ ਰੱਖੀ ਗਈ, ਮੁਗਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੰਗ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਤੇ ਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਵੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਭਗਤੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਗ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਚਿੜੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਜ ਮਰਵਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਕਤੀ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਰਾਜ ਦੇਣਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਸਤਰਧਾਰੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਪਵੇਗਾ। ਤਾਂ ਸਥਾਨਕ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਾਮ ਹਮਾਰਾ ਤੋਲਣ ਤਕੜੀ, ਨੰਗੀ ਕਰਦ ਕਬੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਕੜੀ, ਚਿੜੀ ਉੜੇ ਡਰ ਸੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਏ, ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਸੇ ਕੈਸੇ ਲੜ ਪਾਏ। ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹਾ, सदियों से खंडा जो बेकार पड़ा था, उतर जाएगा जंग जो इस पे चढ़ा था, रख दूंगा सीना चीर के आगे, एक एक को रख लूंगा अपनी शमशीर के आगे। नेका जंग होए, शहादतां होइयां, ਸਿੰਘ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਹੋਏ, ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਚਾਰੇ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਜੋੜਾ ਜੋੜਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਹੋਏ। ਅਖੀਰ ਮੁਗਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਾਬਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਕਾਲ ਦਾ ਰੂਪ ਬਣਾ ਦੱਖਣ ਤੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵੱਲ ਤੋਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਦੇਹਧਾਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਕੇ 1708 ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਦੀਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਰਾਜ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਦਾ ਦਾਵਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਗਰੀਬ ਗੁਰਬੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਪੰਥ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਸਨ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ। ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਕਤੀਸ਼ਾਲੀ ਸੱਦੇ ਰਾਜ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਗਲ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨ ਅਤੇ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਲਈ ਲੜਨ ਲਈ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਿੱਖ ਮਿਸਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਗਠਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੂਮਿਕਾ ਬਖੂਬ ਨਿਭਾਈ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜਾ ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਬਸਤੀਵਾਦੀ ਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਹਮਲਾਵਰ ਮਿਸ਼ਨਰੀ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧਕੀ ਪੁਨਰਗਠਨ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਪਛਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਡੂੰਘੀ ਚੁਣੌਤੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਸਿੰਘ ਸਭਾ ਲਹਿਰ 19ਵੀਂ ਸਦੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਭਰੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਕਾਰਜ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਇਆ। ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰੋ, ਵੰਡ ਛਕੋ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ ਦਾ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਮੁੱਖ ਸਿਧਾਂਤ ਹਨ। ਵੰਡ ਕੇ ਛਕਣ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਥਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਲੰਗਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ, ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਨਿਰੰਤਰ ਚਲਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਕਾ ਲੰਗਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਂਝੀ ਰਸੋਈ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਸਮਾਵੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਸਾਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਦੌਲਤ, ਜਾਤ ਜਾਂ ਰੁਤਬੇ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਕੀਤੇ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਬੈਠਦੇ ਹਨ। ਲਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਭੇਦਭਾਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਊਚ ਨੀਚ ਨੂੰ ਲੰਗਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਥਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਸਭ ਦੀ ਬਰਾਬਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਭਾਵ ਨਾਲ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਨਿਰਸਵਾਰਥ ਸੇਵਾ ਇਨਾਮ ਦੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੀ ਉਚਿਤ ਗਿਣੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾਲ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਵੀ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਛਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਇਮ ਰੱਖਣ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੁਣੌਤੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਰਤ ਅਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਦ ਮੁਖਤਿਆਰੀ, ਮਨੁੱਖੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੀ ਵਕਾਲਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਰਤੱਵ ਬਣਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖ ਧਰਮ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦੇ ਭਲੇ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ, ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
Thank you, Dr. Major Singh. As we conclude the presentation for our first technical session, I would like to thank our presenters for their intellectual record and our audience for their active participation. I now request our respected chairperson, Dr. Meenu Singh Sachan, to share her concluding observations and most importantly, to announce the names of the best two presenters for this session.
Thank you, Madam Pradeep. First of all, I thank to all presenters of this technical session. There are total 10 presentations on different topics. Some of are in the education quality education, yogic effect of yoga on training on somnographic parameter in adult males, MSMEA, and some different topics on the field of geology, history, memory, and the social transformation. And all are very good presented. Some of Valentine, some contents are very good, survey is very good, but it is very tough for me to judge two best presentation. But it is a duty to choose two best presentation. I make some criteria to give a best presentation on research content. What is the content of the paper? Research, presentation, methods, finding, and application of these findings for the sustainable development, which is objective of our conference. On this basis, the first presentation goes to Ms. Priya, serial number 116, topic teaching geology without dissection, a study of 3D virtual tool for study. because this is a very leading field. Most of the students are not able or willing to do the dissection of the living elements. So this is the best one. And second, on the second, there are two positions. One is Dr. Harneet Singh Sohi and Amarjeet Singh. Serial number 1 to 7. The topic of presentation is effect of yogic training on the polysomnographic parameters in adult male, and shared by this position by Dr. Ahmudu Jacob and Mary O'Reilly. The serial number 113, and the topic of presentation is teachers' role for effective implementation of quality education, Sustainable Development Goal 4 for improving educational standards in secondary schools in Kano State, Nigeria. Thanks to all. At the end, I would like to thank all our presenters for their thought-provoking presentation and all audience for active participation. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your expert guidance and for recognizing the excellence of our participants. And congratulations to our winners. With this, we officially conclude our first technical session. Thank you all for your cooperation. Let us carry this momentum into the rest of the conference. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.